Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. This is Isaac Saul, executive editor of Tangle News, and welcome to our first ever election night live stream right here from the epicenter of the political universe, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. We're opening our doors here in South Philly and welcoming our first guests to the party, where the whole Tangle team has assembled to watch the results come in with some of the Tangle community. I'm currently set up in a conference room here in the middle of the shared office. We've got a full slate of guest interviews and analysts to help us interpret the results as they pour in from across the country. We've got interviews with legendary newscaster Bill O'Reilly, host of the GIST podcast, Mike Pesca, former Republican Congressman from Colorado, Ken Buck, columnist Henry Olsen, LA Times writer Jackie Colmes, National Review columnist Dan McClaflin, campaign strategist Evan Roth Smith, Newsweek editor-at-large Josh Hammer, author Sharon McMahon, and Philadelphia Inquirer columnist Janice Armstrong. And of course, I'll be here with the rest of the team to provide updates and results as soon as we know them. Before I go any further, I've got to pause to express some gratitude for you all, the Tangle community, for making all of this possible. This week has already been a wild ride for us as we've appeared in the news in a few different places, most notably on This American Life, which I know drew in many new readers, listeners, and viewers. Along the way, we completely smashed our goal for adding new subscribers by Election Day. When we met as a team 2 weeks ago, we thought 1,000 would be a great number for us, but we pushed ourselves to do more. So we set an ambitious goal of adding 2,000 new members between October 27th and now. We've added 8,397 as of this live stream. We've also grown our mailing list from 155,000 readers to 210,000. It is surreal, incredible. I'm so grateful, and I just want to take this moment to say thank you. So, how about the election? Over the past couple of weeks, we've seen a lot of indicators about the race that could be looked at in a number of different ways. Donald Trump has appealed to a diverse set of voters on the economy and immigration. That would either be enough to get him the White House or it won't. Kamala Harris has reinvigorated a Democratic campaign that was laboring under concerns about President Biden's fitness to serve. That momentum would either be enough to get her to the finish line or it won't. Republican voters could defect from Trump by large enough numbers in Pennsylvania and North Carolina to cost him the election, or the uncommitted voters in Michigan could defect from Democrats by enough to cost Harris the White House, or they won't. Senate and House Democrats polling in front of Republicans in swing states could show a potential for Republicans to close the gap or not. Or it could show a lot of space for Harris to make up ground or not. The early voting data is showing a Republican voting advantage that could hold, or Democrats could push through Election Day turnout to buck the 2020 trend. Polling could indicate the same undercounting of Republican support we saw in 2020, or it's undercounting Dems just like in 2022. Late deciding voters could go into the booth remembering a candidate Trump handing out fries at McDonald's, or Trump associating himself with racist comments from other speakers or inflammatory statements about jailing opponents. The last images we have of Harris could be her speaking powerfully from the ellipse in Washington, D.C., or her flubbing a question during a Fox News interview, or just not showing up enough to really get her image out there. The election could end up being a referendum on the economy, or maybe on abortion, or maybe immigration, or maybe foreign policy, or maybe January 6th, or maybe inflation. Throughout the ups and downs of a crazy, dare I say historic, though that word is overused, presidential race, we saw a ton of signals that could indicate that one of these narratives or another is right. But one thing is certain, this has been a tight race, and this election is going to be really, really close, or not. Either way, we won't have to be uncertain for much longer. It's just after 7 p.m. Eastern time, meaning that polls are starting to close in some East Coast states. These results will bring real clarity to the picture that's remained blurry over the past 6 months about how Americans are going to decide their future. So, what have we seen so far? A few thoughts as we head into the night. First, turnout is king. This is very true in Pennsylvania, but we're seeing it everywhere. The Republican advantage in the early vote doesn't look like it was due to Republicans passing Democrats in raw numbers, but rather more because more Republicans showed up early and many more Democrats are lining up on Election Day. It's not just the raw numbers of turnout, it's the demographics. Lots of women and lots of younger voters are showing up, and lots of independents, especially in Nevada. And there are a few scenarios where the path to the White House goes through the Silver State. Trump is already alleging voter fraud in Pennsylvania. Earlier tonight, Trump tweeted, quote, "A lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia, law enforcement coming." First off, I haven't seen any credible reports of fraud at any large scale out of Philadelphia. That doesn't mean there hasn't been any fraud, and I'll always look into concrete claims about voter fraud with an open mind, but that's just not what we're seeing here. Trump claiming that there is cheating in Philadelphia, to me, is actually the strongest signal I've seen so far that he might be in trouble in this state. In Milwaukee, 30,000 votes are being recounted out of a quote-unquote abundance of caution. This will push back the final vote tally in Wisconsin by a few hours, which could delay an announced winner in the Badger State and potentially the entire country until after 2 a.m., so buckle up for that. And we're just getting started. You're going to hear a lot of chatter as the night goes on. Keep your wits about you. Keep calm. Stay right here for our election night coverage. Up first, we have a pre-recorded interview I did yesterday with Bill O'Reilly, a very divisive character here at Tangle, the legendary former Fox News anchor, the host of No Spin News over at BillO'Reilly.com, and New York Times bestselling author of Confronting the Presidents. I think you guys are going to enjoy this one. We had an awesome conversation. We talked a bit about what he thinks is going to happen tonight and what the aftermath might be, whether Harris or Trump win. He's been on the show before. We're excited to have him back. So without further ado, we'll kick things off with Bill O'Reilly. Mr. Bill O'Reilly, welcome back to Tangle. Good to have you here.
Is it really, Isaac, or are you just saying that?
Come on, you know I love having you on. Our last show was a hit.
Good, I'm glad. I'm glad people are wising up and getting all the information they can get.
All right, so we're recording this day before the election. Tell me, what's your read? How have the last couple of weeks of the campaign played out? What are Harris and Trump doing right? What are they doing wrong?
Well, it's chaotic. It's vitriolic. I wrote a book called Confronting the Presidents, and I think this is tied with the John Quincy Adams, Andrew Jackson campaign of 1828, which was really nasty. The difference is they only had newspapers back then. They had social media and television, all this other stuff to amplify it. Those guys hated each other. I don't know if Trump and Harris hate each other, but the Hitler stuff, the fascist stuff, all of that, I think Americans are weary. They'll be very happy when this is all over.
All right, so we got yesterday this kind of shock Iowa poll that a lot of people have viewed differently. Some think it's, a hoax. Some think don't bet against Ann Seltzer. What was your first thought when you saw the poll come out? What do you think it means about the race, if anything?
Well, I don't trust many polls at all. I'm very skeptical. We use Atlas as our polling barometer because they've been the most accurate over the years. Atlas is based in Brazil. They don't have American paymasters. They're not beholden to any political party. So that's who we use. The interesting part about this Iowa story is that the Des Moines Register poll has Harris winning by 3, but simultaneously Emerson College in Boston, which does extensive polling, put out a survey that said Trump's ahead by 10. But the media only covered the Des Moines poll, totally ignored the Emerson poll, which shows you the state of the press in the United States right now. Do I believe that Harris is ahead in Iowa? No, I do not. Could I be wrong? Absolutely. But if I had to bet, I'm betting on the Emerson poll.
I'm curious, given where we are in the race, your feelings about what kind of outcome we might see tomorrow night, or, if it's anything like 2020, it might take a few days for us to get the results. What does your analysis and your gut tell you about which way this is going to go?
Well, we made our prediction on BillO'Reilly.com, which is the best source for news analysis.
Second best.
And, well, you know what? I'll challenge that because we've been in business for a lot longer than you. All right. And we are now the most successful independent news analysis agency in the world, based upon revenue and eyeballs. But anyway, my prediction is that Trump will win. And I base that prediction not on ideology or emotion. We don't do that here. I base it on registration for Republican voters in the swing states. If somebody's going to go and take all the time to change registration or sign up when they haven't before. They're 90% likely to vote for their new ticket. And that, I think, has changed the equation in many of these swing states.
Well, for whatever it's worth, I actually share your prediction. I also have put down in writing that I think Trump is going to win, though. I think the prediction and punditry and pollster game is pretty fraught these days. I mean, it's really just a way to kind of test your hypothesis of the room. I'm interested in hearing you talk a little bit about the separate outcomes here. What happens if Trump wins and what happens if Harris wins? I want to start with what happens if Trump wins. How do you think the Democratic Party goes forward if they lose this election to Donald Trump?
Well, I think the progressive movement is over if Trump wins. The Democratic Party will then veer back into more moderate approach. Americans aren't rejecting the Democratic Party. They're rejecting the far left and the incompetence of the Biden-Harris administration. If Trump wins, that's what they're rejecting. They're not voting so much for Trump, although the MAGA core is very devoted to him. But the people that sway elections, they're going, look, we just got punished for 4 years under Biden-Harris. We don't want to get punished for 4 more years under Harris. That's the equation. And Harris is the most far-left candidate ever to run for president in the United States, topping even Eugene Debs, Isaac. And I know you and Mr. Debs have a long history. But that would be the end of the progressive movement. You're seeing that already with the woke corporations being very frightened now to be woke. They don't want to be woke anymore. They want to go to take a nap. All right? Because that backlash is coming, and that's going to help Trump. Now, on the Republican side, if Harris wins, there'll be chaos because there is no leader other than Donald Trump. What is likely to happen, and you'll have a bunch of people like Nikki Haley, some senators, Marco Rubio, those kinds of folks, will then vie for the leadership of the party. But the MAGA Trump era, if Trump loses, over.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to imagine, for me at least, where Republicans go from here if Trump loses. I actually want to prod you really quick about the Kamala Harris assertion about being the most far-left candidate ever, because I'm struggling. I mean, part of the reason I struggle to understand her is because she's so evasive. I mean, Axios just ran a story the other day about how she's kind of the no-comment candidate. She's refused to take a position on a lot of her past positions, or she's flip-flopped in certain instances. One of my theories about her is that she tacked far to the left in 2020 because she thought that was politically expedient, and that a lot of her views that she expressed during that presidential primary are not actually how she feels. And now we're seeing something closer to what her genuine worldview is. And she's obviously running a campaign a little bit more to the middle now. I'm curious what you make of that hypothesis, if you buy that or not.
Well, I don't make anything of anything. I'm a fact-based guy. And from the jump, Kamala Harris has been a far-left California Democrat. She has never opposed anything that the Progressive Party has put out, including the soft on crime stuff that's ruined the city of San Francisco, including the Green New Deal stuff that makes energy prices in California double the national average, on and on and on and on. Kamala Harris is fine with minors undergoing gender surgery without parental knowledge. Fine. Fine with biological men competing against women in middle and high school. Now, you can't get more progressive than those things, which is why she doesn't answer questions about them. I'll obey the law is her standard thing when you ask her about the transgender stuff, okay? And when the other side, the Republicans, say, well, she wants prisoners to be able to transition at taxpayer expense. She wants undocumented migrants to be able to do that at taxpayer expense. She does. She won't repudiate it. She didn't repudiate anything. You saw on The View. Anything you would have done differently under Biden? No. Everything was great.
I'm
Surrender
curious.
in Afghanistan, we loved it. It was great. But more of that. So she is a far left person, Isaac.
I buy what you're selling. I'm interested. I mean, especially about the trans issue specifically. I live in Pennsylvania, so based in Philadelphia, grew up in Bucks County. I watch, NFL Sunday over on the weekends. I'm getting bombarded with political ads these days, and I've noticed that the Trump campaign is leaning heavily into a lot of the trans issues. It's clearly a wedge issue they're identifying. I'm a little bit skeptical that there's a ton of salience around this issue for voters in Pennsylvania who I think are far more concerned about the economy or immigration or energy. Do you think that running on that issue specifically is going to motivate enough conservatives or moderates at the polls? Is that a winning enough, broad enough issue? I mean, I know Harris in her interview on Fox News called it a remote issue that she didn't think enough voters really cared that much about. I'm curious how you respond to that.
Well, all of the attack ads on both sides are heavily researched by polling. So before they spend millions of dollars putting an ad on television, they poll. And what are you angry about? What do you like? And the border is a top emotional issue. Inflation, higher prices is second, and they're very close. Third is the woke changes, not just transgender, but woke changes throughout the United States that Kamala Harris espouses. So that's why they're doing it, and it gets people's attention, particularly women. Trump needs women to vote for him. And when women hear that a biological male is going to compete against their daughters, they don't like that. That's why they're doing it.
I'm interested. I know you have a relationship with the former president, and I'm sure you've talked to the campaign a little bit, and I know you keep that close to the vest. But maybe you can share with us just a little bit about what you think the mood is on the campaign right now. Are you getting signals of confidence from them, anxiety? How are they feeling now in the final 24 hours?
Well, I don't have any relationship with the Trump campaign at all. They hate me. Because I'm independent and I call it the way I see it. So we can't even get our phone calls returned from those people. On the No Spin News, my television broadcast this evening, we had John McClaflin, who is Trump's personal pollster. And that's the best source of information. And McClaflin is predicting a Trump win, but not by a landslide. But we ran down all the swing states. And that's what the Trump campaign believes. If they are ahead, they will win. It's interesting because in 2016, Hillary Clinton rented the Javits Center in Manhattan. Huge number to rent it. They were so confident that they were going to beat Trump. And of course, they didn't. 4 years later, nobody knew. And so nobody rented anything. All right. This year, the Trump people have rented the Palm Beach Convention Center for their big victory party. That's where they are right now. But I speak to the president occasionally. I never call him. When he calls me, I speak to ex-presidents on occasion across the board. I mean, people respect me. They know that I'm not going to lie to them. And I'm respectful to the office of the presidency. Trump has a question, he can call me and I'll answer the question honestly. Sometimes he likes that and sometimes he doesn't.
All right, last question for you. We're obviously living in an incredibly tense, divided time. I'm seeing already before Election Day has arrived, there's a lot of claims of fraud floating around. I know after the 2020 election, you were a voice who I think was speaking sanity about what actually happened. And you were saying on the air that Trump lost the election. They needed to come to terms with that. But I've also heard you express some skepticism about the security of our system. I'm interested if you feel like Trump is going to accept the results of the election. If he loses, what you expect some of the legal challenges might look like. How do you think the days after the election might play out?
I think there will be some chaos if Trump loses from his core. But I think most Americans are exhausted by it. at this point, and you would have to have much more vivid evidence than you had last time around. And you're correct. I gave it 2 weeks after 2020 election. I looked at everything that the Republicans were charging, and we found nothing that rose to the level that it would influence a national election. There was fraud in Philadelphia. There has been fraud in Philadelphia since Benjamin Franklin had a printing shop there, okay? There was fraud in Detroit. Same thing. Zuckerberg pumped $300 million into selected counties. Where did that money go? We still don't know. There were valid questions. But what tilted it for me was Samuel Alito, the Supreme Court justice who was in charge of Pennsylvania and the vote. And Alito said publicly to the Republican Party, I am here for you. Show me what you got. They couldn't step up and do it. Once that happened, I told my viewers, you cannot assume fraud unless you have evidence. And anecdotal evidence, stuff on the internet, isn't evidence. Okay? I lost 1,000 subscribers to BillO'Reilly.com the night I said that. People were so angry because they wanted to believe there was fraud. And the discipline that I bring, and I'm a little self-aggrandizing here, I apologize, but the discipline that I bring is that I only believe things that I can prove or the overwhelming evidence shows. And if I don't see that evidence, then I'm not going to accept it. That is called due process. And so that's where we are. I don't speculate about what might happen. The odds are if there's some kind of nefarious thing, but I'll take a look at it. No matter what they come up with, the Trump people, if they lose, I will look at it. Unlike all of the corporate media, the networks and MSNBC, CNN, even Fox is scared to death because they lost $1 billion in the last cycle. So they're scared. But I'll look at it, and I bet you will too.
I certainly will. I'm going to be tracking them closely and, of course, approaching it with an open mind. Mr. Bill O'Reilly, the author of a new book, Confronting the Presidents, you want to give the quick pitch to our listeners about this? I mean, how many have you published now? You've got like 20 of these books. I can't keep track.
We got 13 killing books, and we have 19 New York Times #1 bestsellers. And Confronting the Presidents debuted at #1. And I'm getting a feeling, Isaac, that it brings them great joy at the New York Times to put my name at the top of the list. And I have the record. No human being on earth has ever had 19 #1 New York Times bestsellers. Woodward is second. I think he's got 15.
Wow.
So we're real happy with the reception to Confronting the Presidents. If you read it, you'll learn a lot, and you should read it.
All right, Mr. Bill O'Reilly, I appreciate the time. Thanks for joining us. Good luck down the stretch, man.
You too.
All right, everybody, that was Isaac's interview with Bill O'Reilly. My name's Will. I'm one of the editors at Tangle. I'll be popping onto the stream throughout the night. Up next, we have a video that we recorded over the weekend, Isaac interviewing an election official in Bucks County about fraud allegations there. Stay tuned for that video, and then after that, we'll be back with our first live interview of the night with Mike Pesca from The Gist.
Pennsylvania has been in the news a lot recently. I was very interested in this story because I grew up in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. Actually, this is my elementary school right here, and I'm a Philly-based journalist. So I got in my car and drove right here to find out exactly what was going on. Last week, Bucks County was thrust into the national spotlight after some voters were turned away prematurely at a polling place in Doylestown. And all across the county, voters were supposed to be able to vote until 5 p.m. last week, but around 2:30 p.m., some voters started to get turned away.
Last week, the Department of State asked counties to plan to ensure every registered voter who is in line by 5 p.m. today is provided with the opportunity to apply for and submit a mail ballot application.
Trump's campaign and some Republicans sued, and they were able to get a judge to actually extend early voting at this specific polling place in Doylestown. You might be wondering, why is Bucks County so important? Well, this county is very unique in that the electorate has a lot of educational diversity and a lot of economic diversity, which in today's political paradigm means there is a lot of political diversity. Take one drive through Bucks County, Pennsylvania, and you'll see the sign wars are in full effect. Harris wall signs, Trump van signs, basically everywhere you look, as well as all the down ballot congressional races. Something that's worth talking about here is Democrats actually want early voting in Pennsylvania. It's a fight they've been putting up for many years. In fact, between the 2020 election and this election, Democrats tried to pass laws in Pennsylvania that would allow voters to have true early voting for weeks before the election. Unfortunately, many Republicans rejected those laws because they wanted voter ID requirements attached to them. So Democrats and Republicans at the Pennsylvania state legislature level could not come to an agreement. With a dearth of information about what's actually happening on the ground, a lot of bad actors on social media have claimed there's election interference or voter suppression, and they've spread viral videos claiming that Democrats are trying to prevent Republicans from voting. Again, something that doesn't really make sense when you understand that the people in those long lines are also Democrats. The people trying to vote or get their mail-in ballots early are also Democrats. So I obviously care a lot about what's happening in Bucks County and some of the claims around election fraud here because I grew up here and because this county is going to be really important in deciding what happens in Pennsylvania. But I also have another personal stake in it, which is that my father lives here and he's actually a poll worker.
Our early voting is typically done by mail, or in person. You can do what's called on-demand voting, but that means filling out a mail-in voter form at a municipal office somewhere, and that can be a long and tedious process. So people typically prefer to go to polling places. One of the things I love about it, and one of the reasons I keep doing it, is because it's so gratifying to see the process. The thing that really impressed me was that the entire process is just designed to make sure that you get to vote. So if you bring in your mail-in ballot because you never filled it out and never sent it in, then we let you vote as soon as you surrender that and the envelope. Oh, you came in without it? Well, that's all right. We'll fill out a provisional. And then whichever one gets to us first, that's the one we'll count, and the other one we won't.
To figure out exactly what's going on here, I'm going to go talk to the chair of the Bucks County Republican Committee, Pat Poprick.
Look at this. I swear to God, people find this stuff. It's an elephant foot. It's comical. The tables.
Okay, Pat Poprick, the chair of the Republican Bucks County Committee. Tell me, what does that mean? What's your job? What's your day-to-day like?
Our day-to-day job is really getting out the vote and doing the mechanics of voting. A lot of people do the press and they do the videos. Our job is to make sure that on Tuesday the polls are covered, that we have materials, and that we work on registration all year round. As you may be aware, we just became a red county.
Yeah.
We are the only red county. They talk about the blue wall nationally. There's a blue wall in Pennsylvania. From Chester County all the way up to Monroe, we're the one red county. So that's the kind of work we work on. Mail-in ballots, all the logistics that you need.
Yeah, no, it was a huge deal when Republicans started. They got the registration lead against Democrats in Bucks County. I grew up in Yardley, PA, so I'm a Bucks County boy. I knew, I saw that in the news.
Massive.
Yeah, massive.
2008 was the last time we were in the majority.
Yeah, wow. And I know Obama won in 08 and 2012, and it's gone blue. Obviously, even Hillary won it. Tell me about what your sense is on the ground in Bucks this year and what you're feeling about this election right now.
Because there's been so many changes of party, number one, we were almost down, I think it was 7-some thousand in 2016. We're now +6, and I'll get the last drop tomorrow, which will go up again. That's almost a 14,000 move of voters. Huge. So I think in the past, we didn't have people signing up, but they're so fed up with what's happened in this country. I talked to, I can't even tell you how many people I speak to, and their complaints are bills, inflation, immigration. They're the things I hear. And immigration triggers more inflation because we're paying for the hotels and the food. It's all combined. They just can't make ends meet when these fixed income seniors are being killed.
I'm curious in Doylestown, I mean, and I see this, we just drove here from Morrisville. So we came all the way up River Road and then over 232 and we come down and it's, it's a Trump sign at wall sign, Trump sign, Harris sign. How do people live amongst each other in a place like Doylestown when the political divisions are so real and out in the open? I mean, what does it feel like to be here for that?
For the most part, it's amicable. There's been some confrontation, a lot of signs stolen. If I have one more person walk through that door, they are actually air tagging them now. This is how bad it's got. They're putting those tags at you for luggage.
Yeah.
They're putting them on these signs that cost $3. I mean, but they're tracking them. We've got a video of a lady she admits, I'm taking them down and putting them on. They're wrong. But for neighbors, it's not as bad, at least to what I've been told. I mean, they may glare a little bit at each other, but I don't think it's long-standing. We can disagree without being disagreeable, I think.
Yeah. So you guys were just thrust into the national news spotlight last week. Yeah, I'm sure it's been a little crazy.
Yes.
Tell us about what happened, and let's start there with what happened, then we'll talk about the judge's order and the resolution and how you're feeling about how it turned out.
The law of the state is that you could vote by not early voting. It's on demand, mail-in ballot in person till 5 o'clock on Tuesday, 29th was the deadline. That's also the deadline to request an application. You could just get an application and then go home, mail it, bring it back to a drop box. But that was the deadline.
And just to clarify for people, the on-demand voting is you go to this polling station, whatever you want to call it, you request the ballot, you get it, you fill it out, and then you put it in a drop box.
Right there on the spot, yes.
Got it.
But you also can go there, request the ballot, be given it, go home and vote, bring it back the next day and put it in a drop box. You don't have to, but that's why it's not early voting. We're just giving you a mail-in ballot in person instead of mailing it to you. So the 10 to 5 it was on every advertisement. Well, at 2:40, right across the street here, they had a guard, poor security guard, came out with a placard, said, nobody behind the spot will be getting your ballot or be allowed to get the mail in early. And people were coming from all over. They left work. It said 5. So then we're close. It was right across the street. They're coming over here complaining. So we got lawyers on it. So they amended it and said, you can stay in the line, but you won't be able to turn the ballot in. We'll just we'll take your application and you can come back tomorrow and get the ballot. Because they wanted to be ending their paperwork at 5. Because they estimated it was taking from that point about 2.5 hours for the paperwork. And that was what the line length was. People waiting 2.5 hours. Well, the Trump campaign, the RNC heard about it because we all were getting deluged with phone calls. And we were able to put together names of people that it happened to, real aggrieved individuals. They went in front of the judge and he said, you said 10 to 5. You didn't do 10 to 5. And now I'm going to extend it. And he gave them 3 more days. We were the only county in the state that did not stop on the 29th at 5 p.m. We stopped last night at 5 p.m. in here at Doylestown and at 4:30 at the satellite office, which is other business hours. And I was there. 4:30, they went and marked the line at the lower Bucks. And those people waited. The last group when I left was about 10 of 8. The last group were getting their paperwork. So if they got there 4:30, they were there 3.5 hours. And there were people there were 6 hours. It was horrible.
So I saw a lot of people commentating on what was happening from afar, I'm sure in ways that were maybe not particularly helpful. I don't mean to ask a leading question, but, election interference, voter suppression, things like that were being thrown out. Can you speak to that a little bit?
I did what the people had asked me there yesterday. I do not think it was suppression. I think it was poor planning because there were Democrats in line and independents too. So we're not just targeting anybody in that line was messed up.
Yeah, and there's Republicans all over Doylestown. It's not like you'd want to suppress the vote here.
No, we're not. It was a matter of poor planning. I think the State Department gave out these special ballot printers. These printers can only print the sample ballot. They're especially because those ballots are very sacred. You don't want somebody being able to sit in the Doylestown making ballots.
Right.
So they're very specific, and they do one at a time. So when each voter came up with their polling place, they had to print that ballot. They couldn't have a bunch sitting on the papers because you don't want them. They don't want ballots sitting around. So the timing, the supplies, the staff. They down that lower box office. They did not have enough people at all. It's a satellite office. It's so tiny. The voters were voting outside of the building under a tent. Well, I was stunned. The one table had no dividers, no privacy. One table had dividers. 3 people could sit. The other table was just like this, and you were voting, I'm voting right here, nothing between us.
That's
It was not. It's got to be fixed.
So, okay, talk to me about that. I mean, how do we fix this? And why is it like this in the first place? I mean, I know Republicans and Democrats fight over funding and how to fund. And in Pennsylvania specifically, we had a lot of controversy in 2020 because people like Mark Zuckerberg were pouring a lot of money into the elections, and the law changed, so he couldn't do that anymore. And now it's state funded. So what do we do now? I mean, clearly there's more demand than maybe the staff was able to meet for, this on-demand mail-in voting. So what do you think is a good solution going forward?
I think initially they have to have additional staff on board from the beginning, because one of the things that we get for our voters are called watcher certificates. So every committee person gets issued this. That gives them the permission to be in the machine, in the polling place after hours when they tabulate and all. You and I just can't do it, but if you have a watcher certificate, we always have the watcher certificates by Thursday. Today, people are coming in, picking up their supplies and all. We're not getting them till Monday. They're so backed up because of all this. I don't think they anticipated the amount of extra work with this new format. And I think I think next time I'd rather have some of them being able to get a coffee break and having a lunch break, or maybe not doing something for half an hour, than having them work until 2 a.m. trying to process. They were there last night processing books. It's not enough staff. It was not anticipated properly. And I don't know why, honestly, because everybody knows this is our biggest election. If anybody's living under a rock, you don't know this is where you're going to have your biggest election. They're not real.
And the dynamics have changed a little bit now where, Trump and a lot of big party leaders in Pennsylvania are telling Republicans to go out and vote early. So it's not just Democrats hitting the polls early anymore.
It used to be.
Yeah.
November last year, in this county, there were 3.14 Democrat mail-in ballots for every 1 Republican. That's November of 23. My numbers as of 2-3 days ago, 1.4
Wow.
to 1. So we have hugely increased the volume. And I don't know what it's going to be after this weekend. These 3 days, we just had, everybody agrees there were 70 to 80% Republicans in these lines. So those numbers are going to go way up when I get them next. So it's been changed.
Do you think maybe in the future state Republicans here in Pennsylvania will support, straight up early voting, that we could see that change in Pennsylvania? Early voting happens?
I don't know if that's going to come. Some people are concerned because that gets out. They're not allowed to give the numbers and stuff like that. Like, we start counting at 7 a.m. on election day.
Yeah.
They're allowed to start. They're not allowed to give out one number until after 8 p.m. And we typically get our first drop of numbers about 10. So that's something, because you don't want to skew it. People don't vote. They hear numbers are so bad. Oh, I'm not going to bother. So that was the concern I think that they had. But Act 77 has to be reevaluated from so many angles. They're not conformed. Some counties didn't offer, but we had the on-demand mail-in ballot. They didn't do it. You didn't have to. So some counties didn't. Then right next door in Chester County, from the day they started, their hours were 10 to 2, which there could be arbitrary, right? 10 to 2. And if you were in line at 2 o'clock, you got to stay. Monco's hours were 8:30 to 8 p.m. There was no consistency. So people were like, you're 10 to, it was just not uniform, because it was allowed to the local board of elections, which is great, but it was too confusing. People were calling for Monco. No, not here. Monco's 8. We're not 8. It was very confusing.
With so many people voting early here, what are you expecting actual election day to be like? Will it be, you think it's just, this is going to be a huge turnout election, there's going to be a ton of people here, or you feel like a lot of people have voted early, so maybe it won't be as crazy
It'll
on
be
election?
big. because a lot of the seniors, that was the question Newsmax had asked me about. Seniors aren't doing it. Seniors are the last vestiges. They don't trust the mail-in ballot at all. We talked to them. I'm going to be there. I'll put my ballot in that box. You know, it's okay. And they're good voters for us. They're one of our best voters, done it, right, 45 to 64. So that'll be, I know they'll be coming out, especially the 64s and up. They don't like those mail-in ballots. They don't trust them like to put it, I'm putting it in a post office box. You know, and that's why some of them in line were there, because they could hand it in. It wasn't going in a box. But
Do you think they should trust it? Talk to me about
absolutely.
that. Yeah.
Absolutely. In this county, yes. I voted that way. I volunteer here. I'm a volunteer. I've been working at least 16, I don't know how many days in a row. I can't even tell you. I'll be working every day. I would never jeopardize my ballot in a million years. That my vote not count after all this time I'm doing. I trust this county totally because I know how it was done. We were very involved in even though it's two commissioners are Democrat, one's Republican, we were included in the early stages. We saw the processes. Plus we have people that are watching when the ballots are being started to tabulate. We have 3 attorneys and 3 lay people there around the clock. They have shifts of 4 hours. So there's extra eyes on it. Not that it's okay, they missed that. Or it's really good in this county. I would not say that in some others that I don't know, but here it's safe.
I think that's reassuring. I mean, to know at least in the place we're sitting in, Bucks County is going to play such a huge role in how the state goes. I actually am curious. I mean, I want to talk a little bit about what you're expecting after the election too. I know in 2020 you were part of one of the alternate slate of electors,
Yes.
which was controversial. Tell me about how you're feeling about the security of this election. What do you think you're going to do in the wake of Tuesday? I mean, are you feeling like Trump, win or lose, you feel confident about the result? You're going to certify?
In my county, I do.
Yeah.
In my county, I do. But the elected position is for the state. So I would say to you, the last time there was lawsuits that had been filed and they had not been adjudicated. And if they had won the case, the Republicans would have been the official electors. If they didn't, then they wouldn't, and we didn't. But you have to meet on a certain day, which is prescribed by federal law. That date the Electoral College meets is picked. It's got a very specific formula, and you have to meet that day. The concern we had was if we didn't meet that day, and the cases were won later that week, they say, you didn't meet. There's not another backup date for electoral. You meet on that day all over the nation. So that's what we did, and we put words in our documents. I was one of the ones on the phone with the lawyers. I know my business. I wasn't signing it saying, yeah, I'm voting that way. I said, if the case should be determined that law says that we are now the electors, this is how I would cast my vote, and I would do it again. And honestly, I think the other party would do it too. If there's something that you don't know what's going to happen, and you have to meet on a certain date, you've got to protect the rights of those voters, I think. And so it turned out we didn't win the case. They threw that paper out, and I was fine.
So if we see Democrats challenge the results, let's live in a world where Trump wins Bucks County, Democrats challenge the results, and they refuse to certify Democrats who are sitting in your position, you'd feel comfortable with that?
Yeah, I would, because let's face it, this is supposed to be a process. Even though we are partisan in ways, it's still, we're voting for a government for all of us. And you have to do it and protect the rights. Those lawsuits were apparently, some people thought they were real. They went to court. They didn't win. Okay. But had they won, what would we have done? We can't go back to that day in December and reconstruct it. So, and I think if it happens the reverse, I would not be surprised if the Democrats did the same thing to protect their people that voted for it if they were to ultimately be determined to be the electors.
I'm curious if there are any lawsuits you're keeping an eye on, because a lot of these challenges are happening already. I mean, we just got the Supreme Court ruling about postmarked mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania, and they ruled against Republicans, but I'm sure things are or the Republicans who brought this suit, I'm sure things are going to pop up after the election. Are there any legal issues you're keeping an eye on, or any challenges you're watching in the final days right now?
We do, when the ballots come back, and I've been present when the provisional ballots are looked at, I do think some of the things to me, and I don't agree with, like the date. If you get the ballot mailed to you, and it's mailed on this October 5th, and you return it, and the dates, there's to me some leeway there. I think, well, obviously it's in the time frame, but Act 77 says it has to be dated. And they fixed it. I don't know if you've seen the back now. They have really big they have 2024, because people were putting their birth dates there.
Yeah.
And then they got thrown out. And I thought, and I don't know who are Republicans. Why would they got it back in time? They made a mistake. So I think no signature, that's a little more grievous to me because then you don't know if the person's doing it. But I think there's some things that they could make leeway on. There are lawsuits. There's always going to be lawsuits. As long as the world's evolving, there's going to be lawsuits. Most of them I wait to hear. Some of them we're involved in, like the one in our own place. But a lot of them are at the state level. We just wait to hear what they're going to do.
Funny enough, my mom actually had a mistake on her ballot in 2020 and she had to come out to Doylestown.
Cure it.
Yeah, to cure it. She got the phone call and she had to come out, which was a really interesting sort of personal connection I had to some of those fights that were happening back then.
We allow that in Bucks.
Yeah.
Some counties don't allow cures. That's another. Some counties don't do
That's
cures.
a good law. I think people should be able to
Of course
fix
it
their
should
ballot.
be.
Yeah.
You make a simple mistake. You forget something. You should not be allowed to vote because you made a little mistake on the paperwork. That's not, I think it's wrong. And I don't care. And here again, this is not a partisan issue. It's governmental. If you make a simple mistake, fix it. The person took that much time. And because they didn't put the right date, you're not going to let them, give me a break.
All right. I can't leave here without asking you. We're sitting here. We're recording this on Saturday before the election.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a little Bucks County prediction. Tell me what you're feeling, what you're thinking, what your how your confidence levels are heading into the final days.
I feel very good about what I've seen. I have seen tremendous, highly different support this time. Highly. Just the numbers of registration alone, that switch. The people coming in for signs here, I can tell you people that I know would not put a sign on their lawn last time. They didn't want to your point, I don't want my neighbors mad at me, blah, blah, blah. They are coming in, and they talked to me because my door's open. And I was like, can I help you? They said, I have to take a sign this time. I can't be quiet. So there's a lot more groundswell support and they're not afraid to say they're voting for him. So I think it's going to go well. We're a tough county, though. We're purple. Brian is running, Brian, our congressman. I'm sure he'll do very well because he really crosses a lot of barriers. A lot of people know.
Popular with Republicans and Democrats. Yeah.
And I think it's going to be interesting. Honestly, I don't ever really predict because it's not really until Election Day. If you would have told me last November, everybody thought we were winning the courthouse. We didn't. So you don't know, after Election Day.
Pat Poprick, thank you so much for sitting down
My
with us.
pleasure,
I
of
appreciate
course.
it.
I'm glad you could stop in today.
Hey guys, thank you so much for tuning in tonight. As you can tell, we're going to be doing a little bit of a mix of some live stream interviews throughout the night, which we're about to get into at the top of the hour here at 8 p.m. And we're also going to share some of our pre-produced content that we have in the bank, both some YouTube videos that we've dropped in the last couple days and some stuff that we produced yesterday that nobody has quite seen yet. I think it's going to be a very fun and interesting night. First of all, I want to start with a couple thoughts about where we are in the evening. I use a lot of social media. I'm logging on to Twitter. I am, checking the New York Times, Fox News, Washington Post, CNN, all the places that are really connected to a lot of polling centers across the country. And I'm trying to get updates about what's happening so we can bring you guys some of the latest information. I'm here with my computer. I've got my phone right here. I'm texting, Democratic and Republican strategists from Pennsylvania who I think can give me little tips, insider information about what's going on. Poking every source I have for news about where we are at tonight. A lot of people are saying a lot of things online right now. My message to you guys is that we don't know much of anything. Basically, what we have right now is that Trump appears to be doing very well in Florida, which I think was expected. Florida was not a swing state this year. There were some interesting House congressional races happening there, but for the most part, we expected him to clean up, and it looks like he's taking care of business there. We're getting some early inklings that maybe North Carolina, the gubernatorial race there, is getting out of hand and going towards Josh Stein, which again is something that we expected. Republicans threw Mark Robinson into the race, and he is a historically unpopular candidate for Republicans in the gubernatorial race. I can tell you a little bit about what I'm seeing and hearing here in Pennsylvania, which I know is a very, very important state, one that a lot of people are watching really closely. I got up this morning and went and voted in South Philadelphia. I was a little bit surprised, honestly. Where I was, there was not a big, long line. There was not a ton of turnout, but there are precincts everywhere, polling places everywhere where I live. So I didn't expect, massive lines like we might see in counties, districts, precincts, whatever, where there are limited polling places. In the first few hours of the day, the news and the reports that I was getting from people on the ground in Philadelphia was basically unanimous that they had not really ever seen turnout like what we are seeing right now. In University City, which is a place with many colleges here, the University of Pennsylvania and Drexel, among others, there were lines outside polling places, lots of college students voting, a lot of obvious enthusiasm to get out and cast a ballot. In Bucks County, where my father is a poll worker, where I know many friends and family members who are going to vote, where I grew up, I've heard from on the ground, from people who are working and organizing in these areas, the turnout is surpassing what many of them expected. In places like Montgomery County, which is a heavily Democratic county, they're also alleging, again, we're hearing this from Democratic sources, which you often hear on election night, that they're seeing, excessive turnout, more than they expected. At this point, where we are in the race, very early in the night, I'm looking at my computer, it's 7:54 p.m. Eastern time. I think what we can say is that a lot of people are interested in this election and a lot of people are going to vote. This does not surprise me. We talked about this today in the Tangle podcast and the Tangle newsletter, that many voters view this as an existential race. And I think the polling that showed us that is being reflected in the enthusiasm around the vote right now. And so we're just seeing a lot of enthusiasm in Pennsylvania. In Michigan, the Michigan Secretary of State, Michigan politicians have been saying unanimously that they're seeing massive turnout across the state. Again, this is a place where we are sort of in the dark about what some Democratic voters are going to do because the uncommitted vote is kind of up in the air. Anecdotally, and as a point of reference here, I was watching Fox News and MSNBC and CNN today, and I came across a report that one of the co-founders of the uncommitted vote went on to MSNBC and told the anchors that he was voting for Kamala Harris. I don't really know what to make of that. It's like this one small little data point, but I think it shows that some of our expectations, mine included, I predicted Donald Trump was going to win Michigan because of a confluence of issues that included the uncommitted vote, might be, erroneous preconceptions about where we are right now. All of this stuff is worth keeping in mind. I'm going to reiterate again that it's very, very early in the night. Actually, in the next hour, maybe the next 90 minutes, I would say, we're going to start getting some results that I think are going to be really indicative of where the race is at. Pennsylvania's first batches are going to come out. We should start getting some results from places like Georgia. I think that is going to be really important for us to just get a sense of the enthusiasm in specific Democratic and Republican counties. I have no idea what to expect, except that I think it's very obvious a lot of people are very interested in voting in this election, and we're getting a ton of turnout, which strategists predicted both Republican and Democratic strategists. So I'm trying to take it slow here tonight. I don't want to get ahead of myself. I don't want to get out over my skis, but I am pretty confident that at this point we can basically get rid of the notion that we're going to see some depression of turnout. I mean, there are some people out there who believe that maybe the 2020 turnout was historic and that we weren't going to see a repeat of that. I think in a lot of the really important states in our country, in the battleground, the 7 battleground states, we are going to see a really, really high turnout. That's not saying much. We don't know what that means, but that's where we're at right now. We've got a few minutes here on the stream before we bring in our first guest, who is Mike Pesca, the host of The Gist. We're waiting for him to drop in here on the stream, but I figured we'd come in for a few minutes, hear from you guys. If you have questions that you are interested in hearing us talk about, either with the interview with Mike Pesca or just hearing me talk about right now, now's a great time to drop them in the chat. I'm keeping my eye on this chat right here. I have it on my screen. I want to interact with you guys tonight. I want to make sure we're providing you guys with some of the best information that you can find anywhere online. I know the information ecosystem is a little bit insane right now and a little bit convoluted. On that note, as these questions start to come in, I do want to call out one thing really quickly. Former President Donald Trump has begun alleging that there is election fraud happening in Philadelphia. I'm not saying any of this to pick on Donald Trump. I know many of my readers, the viewers here tuned in tonight, are supporters of his. They are rooting for him. They're hoping he wins. They trust a lot of what he says. It is worth calling out that this is not normal, that we have a presidential candidate alleging cheating in an election before a single result comes in. Pennsylvania has not published any of their results tonight. I'm here again on the ground. I'm sitting here in Philadelphia. There is a room full of Tangle fans about 20 feet away from me, enjoying some beer and pizza and hoagies. And I have sources on the ground. We have, the Philadelphia District Attorney, the Republican who is running elections here, Al Schmidt, who have come out and repudiated Trump's comments and said basically if there is actually fraud here, he can bring forth some evidence, but otherwise he's just kind of mouthing off on Twitter. And I have to say, I think that's the appropriate response. There have not been any major allegations of election fraud in Pennsylvania, and it's even not in Philadelphia, especially not in Philadelphia. So it's not something I'm particularly worried about. If we see issues pop up, I will do my best to approach them with an open mind and try and figure out exactly what's going on. But for now, I don't think it's a major concern for us. With that, I'm going to jump into a few of the questions I see popping up in the chat. Tim Brubaker with a great question. Where are the hoagies from? Oh my God, I'm blanking on the name. Where are the hoagies from? Oh God, I should really, Primo's Hoagies. This is when this is not good. If it's 8 o'clock at night and I can't remember the hoagie spot, this is going to be a very long night. Primo's Hoagies, they are, like the cut up with a little stick through the middle type hoagies. That's a very good place for us to be. Everybody's enjoying themselves right now. My bourbon's not fraudulent, okay? Have any polls, statistics gauge how many people are voting against a candidate versus voting for a specific candidate? No, we don't. Though I will say, sort of semi-related to that the best indications we have on split ticket voting right now in Florida is that we're actually not seeing very much split ticket voting, which kind of surprised me. A lot of people thought we were going to see that in Florida. It's one of the states we get earliest results from, but so far it hasn't happened. I got my team here telling me that we've got Mike Pesca in the waiting room, ready to join the live stream. So I do not want you guys just staring at my ugly mug all night. And with that, I'd like to bring in Mike Pesca, the host of The Gist, to join us on Tangle Live. Mr. Mike Pesca, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm well, and you're a handsome guy. I just need it to be known. You are. I know the self-deprecation goes far, but you're a looker. I don't even know that just staring upon you gives me hope for our republic.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you saying that. Listen, first of all, just got to give a shout out to your work. I'm a huge fan of the show. For those of you guys who listen to Tangle and, appreciate independent thinkers, I think Mike Pesca is one of the best in the game. He's not shy about his ideology or his views, but he is not somebody who follows the herd. So I'm thrilled to have him here tonight. Mike, first of all, let's start here. How are you feeling? What's just like top of mind for you right now, as we sit here 8 o'clock on election night?
I'm interested. I'm really interested in the results, and I'm not one of those people who are catastrophizing the results. I'm not one of those people who are, well, I want my candidate to win, and I will tell you on the show I endorsed Kamala Harris, but I also spent a lot of time explaining why I totally understand good arguments for voting for Donald Trump, but there were threshold questions for me. And one of them we saw tonight, which is this election denialism or spreading of rumors. I saw his Truth Social post, and it was one of those. I'm hearing big rumors about chicanery in Philadelphia. And there are not only is there no chicanery, there's no rumors. He's fomenting the rumors. Yesterday on the show, I had Kathy Bookfar on. She was the Secretary of State of the Well, what you guys in Pennsylvania she was the Secretary of the Commonwealth, but we would call it Secretary of State. And she came in for a lot of criticism, but ran a really clean election in 2020. And her replacement, you made a reference to him, Isaac, is this guy, Schmidt, Al Schmidt, right?
Yeah,
and
Republican.
He is a Republican. He was like a stalwart, just let's no nonsense, get it done Republican on the city council. And I think quite wisely, Governor Shapiro tapped him because we need some bipartisan credibility on this. And Schmidt is great. And he is saying, we're going to run a clean election. A machine's going to break somewhere. The point I made to Bookvar is election machines might not even be as functional as the McFlurry machine. They break a lot. But that doesn't mean the election is stolen. And I think Pennsylvania is going to do a good job. And I think that this effort to maybe sow some doubts, which maybe could play out another fake election scheme, it's one of the reasons why no matter what your good arguments for Trump are, I think he'll do well on the economy. I think he'll do well on international affairs, whatever. For me, I can't get over the threshold of needing to put this nonsense in the rearview mirror. This election day stuff, tweeting out or truthing out there's a stolen election when it's not happening. Kamala Harris wouldn't do it, not because she's a better person, just because she's in the sane middle 90% of politicians, as are a lot of Republicans, but not Donald Trump.
I'm curious what your sense is of the mood among Democrats right now. And I'll poison the well here briefly with some of my perspective, which is, I think a month ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, I was getting mostly like the kind of doom scroll, we're screwed, Kamala's kind of blown it a little bit. And in the last couple of weeks, just leading up to the election, just incrementally, I sort of felt this tonal shift from a lot of strategists, people I was talking to in the party. And today, I am just being bombarded with Democratic optimism about what they're seeing on the ground, which has kind of surprised me a little bit. And I'm curious if you have a similar read, kind of what your vibe check is on the night right now, given that we don't have many results to talk about yet.
That's my exact read. I think there are some reasons for it. One is psychological. Democrats probably tend to be pessimistic and dire about their chances when it's a coin flip. And I think it's pretty much been a coin flip. So given those circumstances and given the perceived height of her campaign after the convention and after the debate, and she did win the debate by all subjective and objective means. So it was a coin flip. And just in those circumstances, Democrats are going to despair. However, in the last week, I don't know that it's become not a coin flip, but Donald Trump had a terrible week, did he not? A terrible 10 days from the MSG rally where Puerto Rico was insulted by a speaker who said his remarks before Donald Trump was even in the building, hours beforehand, by a roast comic. But Trump had to deal with that. He had a terrible week. He seems much more tired, much less buoyant, much more pessimistic, much less able to give the argument that his advisors who've done a good job want him to do. And she seems fine to ascendant, right? She gave a great speech in front of, or for her, she would define it as a great speech in front of the ellipse. So weeks matter. There've been 15 weeks, 106 days since she was declared the nominee. That's 8% of the entire race, and it's the closest to 8% to the election. in sports, in baseball, we'd say it's a high leverage situation, right? You bring your closer in at the end. And if the closing screws up, it's going to have a bigger effect on the election than any other week. And I do think that she has done pretty well in the last week, but comparatively to Trump, much better.
All right, I've got a few quick updates here. First of all, Florida just got called for Donald Trump and Senator Rick Scott. Not a big surprise there. Kamala Harris apparently is outperforming in Allegheny County, which is the first batch of ballots that we've gotten in Pennsylvania. Not shocking, but it sounds like she's hitting her margins there, which I think is something a lot of Democrats are enthusiastic about. Again, kind of matches with some of the optimism that we've seen. Very quickly, I'm getting, a deluge of reader comments here about the decision to bring on our dear friend Mike Pesca here. Just so people know, we opened this show tonight with Bill O'Reilly, who I think probably disagrees politically with Mike Pesca on pretty much every single issue in the world. So, if you're worried about Mike Pesca spitting his fire on Donald Trump, you can just rewind 15 minutes and get some Bill O'Reilly in your life to balm the wound a little bit. Mike, listen, I'm very curious to hear you talk a little bit about the Kamala Harris campaign down the stretch. You're great at speaking honestly about where Democrats are kind of succeeding and failing. What's impressed you about how she finished out this campaign, and what sort of left you wanting a little bit?
There's something called stagecraft in politics, and she's done it well. She has had good backdrops and good visuals, and her energy seems up. And while she says things that work against her, while she goes on The View and can't articulate how she's different from Joe Biden, which is a forehead smackingly stupid mistake, that was a couple of weeks ago. So I think her script as written, which she delivers, is exactly what a Democratic consultant would want. And I think that Trump's campaign team is good and smart, and Susan Wilds and Chris Savita, but he ignores them. He makes a riff of it or a joke of it. They don't want me to say this. And a lot of times the things they don't want him to say are for a reason. They're not people who are rooting against or paid not to have Donald Trump win. So I do think he's undisciplined. Now, you can't say he's always gone from the gut. He's never really adhered to the advice of experts. That's fine. But that doesn't always mean that every time you contradict the person who has been doing a very good job to get you elected, you're going to be better off than you just stuck to the script. And let me also say to people in the comments, if they think I'm like so Democratic or something like that, I, over the years, have done a deep dive into, for instance, the Mueller investigation. And, I've concluded that so much of it was nonsense and really unfair. And I've criticized the media. And I've done the same with the Hunter Biden laptop. And a lot of my Democratic listeners have defected because of that. So I really, like you said, Isaac, I try to call things where I call things. And I'd probably be a little dishonest if I didn't say that I had endorsed with misgivings Kamala Harris. Also, Bill O'Reilly and I once got in a fight, but not a fist fight, but we could get into that. It goes back to like 2004.
I would love to. Give us a Bill O'Reilly story. Why not? Let's hear it.
Okay. So I did an interview. I was working for a show called On the Media, and I did an interview with Bill O'Reilly in his office, and I asked him questions. And I also, because at the time, Al Franken had come out with a book. Oh, no, I'm getting the story a little. I also... You might remember that Al Franken came out with a book which was very anti-O'Reilly. And one of his points was O'Reilly's shtick back in the day was to always say, I'm not and have never been a registered Republican or a registered Democrat. I'm not a member of a political party. So I went to Nassau County where he lives, and I pulled the records, which are open records, and he was a registered Republican, which is fine, which is great, which I was when I lived in Nassau County also. But he goes on the show and says he's not a registered Republican. So I report this on the air, and then Bill O'Reilly comes back by saying, I've never met Mike Pesca. I have no idea who Mike Pesca is. And then I have the tape of me sitting next to Bill O'Reilly. So it was something. And then Al Franken called me about 6 months later, and there is a picture of his voter registration in Al Franken's book called Lying Liars, and it's credited to me. So you're welcome, future Senator Franken.
All right. Well, we do have some breaking news here. Decision Desk HQ, who I'm following very closely this year because in 2020, they were the first ones to call the race for President Biden. They have projected that Josh Stein, the Democrat, will win the gubernatorial election in North Carolina. Not a shocker, but very relevant to the rest of the night in the Electoral College. I mean, Mark Robinson, a fairly poisonous candidate in North Carolina, the Republican who is running for governor there. I'm not really sure that we've had somebody as kind of mainstream front and center as Mark Robinson, who has been so damaging to a party in a battleground state like this in many years. Mike, I don't know if you have any immediate reactions to this. I'm sure it's not a total shock given some of the polls, but maybe the early nature of this call bodes a little bit well for Kamala Harris the rest of the night.
I do have immediate reaction. One is this now means that there will be, I believe, 4 Jewish governors of states, and 3 of them will be named Josh. Can you name the other 2 Joshes?
4 Josh. Okay, so the one I'm in, I'm sitting in Pennsylvania. We've got Josh Shapiro.
Yes.
That's the slam dunk. Josh.
You want a hint?
Yeah, please.
I think the furthest time zone away from you right now.
The furthest time zone away from me right now. That would mean Hawaii, and I actually don't know that I know the governor of Hawaii off the top of my head.
You know his first name. It's Josh Green. Yeah.
Josh Green. Oh, of course, I do know Josh Green, actually. God, what he did in 2020, he ran some of the best campaign ads that I saw against Donald Trump. Okay, wow. And then who's the 4th Jewish governor? Do you have that?
Jared Polis.
Oh, Jared Polis, of course, yes.
Oh,
Colorado.
JB Pritzker's also Jewish. Huh. So that's a J.
Is his name Josh something with a B by any chance?
I think it's John. I'll tell you Mark Robinson's story. I was on a plane, I think the first commercial flight from the United States to Israel after October 7th. And there was a delegation of North Carolina Republicans with us, and he was one of them. And I spent some time talking to him. And like many people who are good at politics, he was a very nice guy. And one of the charges against him was that he was an anti-Semite. And depending on how you define that, I don't know, I can't quibble with every aspect of that charge. But he was going to Israel because he supported Israel and the Jewish people, et cetera, et cetera. That is the one thing we did not talk about, the Nude Africa website that did not come up in our conversation.
I love it. All right. So listen, tell me a little bit about what you're looking for the rest of the night. Again, I've been insisting on some patience from our viewers, but we're kind of hitting the witching hour here. I think the next hour we're going to start getting some really significant, important results. Where are you watching? What are you keeping your eyes on?
I'm tuning into, I got 6 things going on here, but I do not look at the bellwether counties. I do not look at early exit polls. We're getting great very quick state results from Georgia. So that'll be very important. And the Florida margin, I think they're at 75% reporting. And this is an indication Trump, it wasn't a competitive race, but Trump won snuck out a victory against Hillary Clinton there, lost slightly to, won the state when he lost to Biden. But these were slight margins. And it looks like he's closing in on a double-digit lead in Florida, so that could mean something. But I do suspect that Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, because they're slow counting states, because they don't get to their ballots until the polls are closed, we're not going to get the results. And that doesn't mean we won't know who's president, but I strongly suspect there are going to be delays in knowing the full votes from those states. And unless it's a tidal wave one way or another, that means we might not have a president by 1, 2, or even tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, God willing, we'll get an early night here one way or the other. Mike Pesca, he is the host of the GIST podcast. Can't recommend it enough. It's one of my favorites. Mike, thank you so much for coming on tonight. It was an honor to have you, man, and I hope you can stay sane the next few hours.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Isaac. You handsome, handsome devil.
I appreciate it, man. All right, coming up right now, we've got former Representative Ken Buck. Ken is somebody who's been on the Tangle show before. He's somebody who I very much appreciate joining us on a night like tonight when I'm sure he's very busy. He's a former Republican representative from Congress. Ken Buck, thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing today, my friend?
I am doing great. I'm doing great. Anxious on pins and needles like everybody else.
Yeah, tell me a little bit about the vibe in your world. I mean, you're a former Republican congressman. I'm sure you still got a lot of contacts in the House and the Senate. I'm sure a lot of Republican strategists who you're talking to tonight. What are you feeling? What's the word from your people right now?
Well, I'll tell you, I have a dead period of 1 year from the time I leave to contacting other members of Congress. I have not talked to a lot of them. I've been following their races from afar. The big issue to me, obviously the presidential race is huge, but I really want to see which way the Senate goes. And that's going to be, I think, a close race. I think it's going to be in the 51-49 range. And that's really important. When the Democrats talk about, particularly Chuck Schumer talks about doing away with the filibuster and stacking the Supreme Court and doing other things, I'm concerned about that, and so my focus is largely on the Senate.
I'm curious to hear your kind of preliminary thoughts here about the House. I think, so many people have strong opinions about what direction the presidential race is going to go. It seems to me, and I don't want to speak too prematurely, like damn near a sure thing that Republicans are going to take back the Senate majority. And the House race is this thing that I feel like I'm just seeing a huge spectrum of opinions on going in tonight. I'd be curious to just get a temperature check from you about what you're thinking, what you're feeling, how you think tonight might play out.
Yeah, just like the Senate, I think it's a great question. The prognosticators are saying that it is most likely going Democrat in the House. My friends in the House, when I read what they are saying from afar, they're talking about how they think they keep the House in Republican hands. And the polling information that I see shows, some shift, losing a couple seats in New York, winning a couple seats in one or two other states. Alaska is going to be very interesting to see what happens with that House race, and so many others, really. Does Trump have a margin in Arizona that is large enough that the Arizona Republicans maintain their seats in that chamber? David Schweikert seat is always up for grabs, and he does a great job of fighting and has been successful in the last few elections. So that there's a lot of elections that I think are going to be too close to call election night, and we probably won't know what's going on in terms of the House majority until sometime tomorrow.
I'm really curious to hear kind of where you are right now, given the state of the race. One of the really interesting narratives that I feel like has been underdiscussed is that in 2020, one of the big reasons Donald Trump lost is that he bled support among Republicans and registered Republican voters. You are a Republican who I think has had, kind of a love-hate relationship with the former president. I've heard you say a range of different things about him. I know your perspective on him and, a little bit of reluctance to maybe endorse him this time around. And I think how people like you make their decision could actually be a really important canary in the coal mine for this election. I'm curious if you'd be willing to talk a little bit about where you landed, if you, cast a ballot, where you ended up voting. What are you feeling about former President Donald Trump as we sit here today on election night?
Well, I'll tell you, I don't love him and I don't hate him. I certainly liked a lot of his policies, and I supported his policy positions for 4 years when I was in Congress. I do not support the idea that the election was stolen. I voted to certify the electors on January 6th, 2021. I really think that whole narrative hurts us in Kari Lake's Arizona Senate race with President Trump, and in so many other races where Republicans have to thread the needle between being loyal to President Trump and being realistic about the results of the 2020 election. So I wouldn't put myself in the love or hate category at any point in time with Donald Trump. And I am not going to go into who I voted for or how I voted, but I can tell you this: I am certainly disappointed in the policy positions of Vice President Harris and the results of the Biden administration, and at the same time, think that Donald Trump, I have a lot of respect for Vice President Pence, a lot of respect for so many of the others who ran in the primary to win this nomination. And so I am not going to talk about who I voted for, but I will say that I'm disappointed in how President Trump has conducted himself in the last few years.
Yeah, I'm curious maybe to frame it towards that part of this race, the Pence-Haley contingent. You know, Vice President Mike Pence, former Vice President Mike Pence has not endorsed Donald Trump. What's your sense of where some Republicans who are sort of Trump skeptical have landed? I mean, what's the temperature check on that? Because like I said, I think that's going to be, you know, as much as we focus on turnout with black voters and Hispanic voters and non-college educated whites and all this stuff, I think it's these kind of middle of the road Republicans who are unsure which way to go, how they decide to vote is going to be pretty big tonight. Do you have any sense of some of the folks that you talk to in your community, politicians who might fall into that category, where they've been leaning towards the final days of this race?
Yeah, I'll tell you, I think that Donald Trump has really rearranged the political coalitions in both parties. I think he appeals to a lot of blue-collar workers across America, many of them in unions that Republicans had a hard time getting in the past. I think that Vice President Harris is really focused on and winning a large part of the college-educated vote, as well as increasing her margin with the women's vote. I think President Trump, when it comes to black men and Hispanic men, has moved the needle in that regard. And so I really think that this is a transformative time in America. It may be temporary or it may be longer lasting, but I think it's transformative. When it comes to those people who are running for office, they are going to try to figure out how the new coalitions benefit them and what they have to do to ride the coattails of President Trump in some ways, and also not get the blood loss from some of the groups that are running away from President Trump. And so I think that Nikki Haley, while she was certainly critical on the campaign trail, is looking at her future and determining that she doesn't want to lose all the Trump voters by not endorsing him. On the other hand, Vice President Pence is taking a what he believes is a position where he is signaling to the world that he wants to sort of create a new path forward for Republicans. So, but most Republicans running in the House, running in the Senate, have had to embrace President Trump.
Right before you came on the show, we got some breaking news that North Carolina had been called for Josh Stein. He was running against Mark Robinson, a Republican candidate in North Carolina who, you know, I think a lot of the quote unquote establishment Republicans had some questions about. Mitch McConnell had criticized some of the Republicans who had made it through the primary. Any immediate reactions or reflections on the fact that, you know, we're sitting here at 8:25 in one of these races that was supposed to be quite competitive ended up getting called so early?
That particular race doesn't surprise me much. I want to see what happens down ballot. Dan Bishop, a colleague of mine, former colleague of mine, is running for Attorney General. It's going to be fascinating to see if Dan can flip the script on that. I just happened to see some commercials while I was watching a football game, and I think it was like a Duke game, and there were North Carolina commercials on, and the commercials talked about or tried to link Dan with the Republican gubernatorial candidate. So it's going to be interesting to see how President Trump does in North Carolina, and then the race is down ballot. But it doesn't surprise me that race was called early.
Yeah, it wasn't particularly shocking to me, too, given some of the polling we saw. And the Dan Bishop, Jeff Jackson race is one I'm watching really closely, too. I know Jeff was fairly popular among Democrats in the House. Before we let you go, I got to ask, you know, you're a former Colorado representative. Any races from your state of Colorado that you're particularly keen on watching tonight? Any interesting narratives coming out of Colorado this year?
Yeah, I think the congressional races. There's going to be a close race in the 8th congressional district, the new congressional district. Dira Carveo won that race last time. There was a large, 9,000 vote libertarian vote candidate who got 9,000 votes. There was a 1,500 vote margin between the Republican and the Democrat, so that could have gone either way last time. It's going to be interesting to see where that race goes. And then there's a open primary ballot initiative, Proposition 131. I have come out supporting that. There are Democrats like Governor Polis and Senator Hickenlooper who are also supporting it. And then there are Republicans and Democrats who are opposed to it. And so it's going to be very interesting to see if we're able to move that across the finish line.
All right, former Representative Ken Buck, the Republican from Colorado, we appreciate you spending some of your night with us tonight. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
All right, we are going to take a quick break here. We're going to be back at 8:50 with Henry Olsen, the former Washington Post columnist. He is one of my favorite people to chat to. He was a guest actually at our first live show we ever did right here in Philadelphia. He's going to be coming on the stream right around 8:50 p.m. Eastern. We're going to take a quick break, about 20 minutes here to, grab a drink, mingle a little bit with some of the guests we have here who are visiting us here in Philadelphia live and in person. In the meantime, if you have any thoughts, any questions you want to see answered the rest of the night, feel free to leave them in the comments section. We'll be monitoring them. We're going to be here all night. If you are looking for a good time to go outside and get some fresh air and take a walk, I highly recommend doing that right now because it is basically just going to ramp up from here for the rest of the night. We'll see you guys at 8:50. We're going to keep the stream running. Please feel free to leave any questions or comments you have in the comments section, and we'll be back very shortly. See you guys then. welcome back to the live stream. Appreciate you guys being here with us tonight. We are about to bring on Henry Olsen, who is one of my all-time favorite Tangle guests. We're going to get into some of the nitty-gritty about what's happening at the state level in the election right now. I just spent about 20, 30 minutes, scouring some of my sources, shooting off a few texts, getting a vibe check from some of the people I trust on the ground. Here's what I'll tell you about where I think the race is right now briefly, and then we're going to go stress test this with Henry, who I think probably has a better read on where things are than I do right now. My perspective here is that we are headed toward the blue wall determining the race and a very close photo finish election. To me personally, this is the worst case scenario for many reasons. It means A, I'm probably going to be up on this live stream till like 6 a.m. And B, I think it's going to open the door for a lot of contesting the election results from both parties, potentially. It looks very close to me. I think I'd rather be Trump than Harris right now based on the early data we're seeing. But I think Harris, from the results that we have, is doing what she needs to do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. We obviously don't have results from Michigan and Wisconsin yet, but a lot of the early vote data, things like that we've seen come out, are looking positive for her. The vibes are pretty good among many of the Democratic strategists, data folks that I'm talking to. It's going to be very close. It is going to be a very close race. I think that is what we're looking at right now. I'm not seeing the signals for a blowout in either direction playing out. So with that, I want to bring on Henry Olsen, who's going to share with us some of what he's hearing and seeing on the ground. Henry Olsen, welcome to the show.
Well, thank you for having me.
All right, Henry, let's start in Georgia. I know you're dug in on the numbers right now. Tell me a little bit about what you're seeing in Georgia, what the data is telling you, and maybe what you're hearing from some of the folks, the sources you might have on the ground.
Yeah, well, the Georgia data are very good for Trump. That the Nate Cohn's needle on the New York Times now has it out of the toss-up category into the lean Republican category, and I think that's right. What we're seeing is her not running up the large enough margins that she needs to run up in Metro Atlanta in order to overcome Donald Trump's strength in the rest of the state. He's up by 270,000 or 170,000 votes right now. And finally, all of the early votes from her base counties are in, except for from Savannah. And it's just not strong enough. Unless the election day vote is unbelievably more Democratic than across the state, not just in the metro area, but across the state, Trump should win Georgia, and we'll be able to put that to bed. Not in the next 20 minutes or so, but I'd be surprised if after the 10 o'clock hour Eastern time, we'll be talking much about Georgia.
All right, very interesting. So Henry Olsen projecting Georgia getting taken off the board in the next hour, hour and a half. Henry, let's move to North Carolina, a state where we got a very early call in the governor's race. Josh Stein was called as the victor over Mark Robinson, but we're seeing that the data from the returns that we have showing him running pretty far ahead of Vice President Kamala Harris. I'm seeing some pretty split perspectives about North Carolina from some of the people that I follow and trust. Some folks saying that it's still live for Harris, other folks saying that Trump is pulling away and it's not going to be particularly close. Tell me a little bit about what you're seeing.
Well, what I'm seeing is that North Carolina leans towards Trump. We still have not got data from some of the key counties there, but again, Trump is hitting his margins where he needs to be. She's not hitting the margins that she needs in some places. Orange County, which is a key Democratic county next to Durham, she came in below, it's not 100%, but she's well below the margins she needs there. Again, the Nate Cohn needle has Trump up by 1.7 points there. And we have to see how the vote comes, but right now it's not coming in for her the way she needs it. And we'll see whether or not that changes as more of the votes come in from places like Greensboro and Charlotte.
I'm curious what you make of the reality of the split ticket voting that we're seeing in North Carolina. I mean, if we're seeing a race called for Josh Stein this early in the night, but we're seeing Trump running ahead of Kamala Harris, what does that tell us about the electorate there? What are your takeaways about the fact that there are still, thousands of voters in a state like North Carolina who are splitting their ticket, it seems like?
Yeah, well, the fact is the governor's race is very high profile, and Mark Robinson had some very high profile issues, and people are, a large number of people are making the distinction, yes on Trump, no on Mark Robinson. And that's kind of what the lesson of 2022 was, is that there's not the sort of split ticket voting we saw 20, 30, 40 years ago where people say, oh, you know, Lorraine is a good girl, good woman, and Joe's a good, boy or a good guy, and I'll split the ticket because I like personally. You tend to see split ticket voting nowadays with extreme negatives, like you had with Kerry Lake in Arizona in 2022, or you had with Dr. Oz, just like this person is not, too weird. And so Mark Robinson definitely hits the weird and kind of the gross and all of the above. And so people made that distinction. But of course, they can make the distinction that Josh Stein is not Kamala Harris and Donald Trump is not Mark Robinson. So I think that's what explains it.
I'm curious to hear your thoughts on some of the results that we're seeing in Pennsylvania. I'm sitting here in Philadelphia, PA. I had a really interesting experience today, voting, talking to people, getting some kind of on the ground pulse, hearing from folks as the first batches came in. I would say it's mostly been positive for Kamala Harris, a sense that there's really high turnout, lots of college-age voters, with lines out the door, the kind of anecdotal stuff, some of the data stuff. I know it's still pretty early in the night. I'm curious if you have any thoughts on the batches that we've gotten from PA so far and what we might glean from them.
I think it's pretty clear because of the margin that we're getting the early vote. The early vote was expected to keep Kamala Harris between a 400,000 and 600,000 vote margin because it was so heavily Democratic and so heavily male, not in terms of the gender, but in, post office, letters, it's a mail vote. It's not an in-person vote. And that's what we're seeing. Luzerne County is a Trump county, was the largest county in the country that shifted from Obama to Trump in 2016. Republicans took the registration lead in Luzerne County for the first time in decades earlier this year. And Kamala Harris is up by 25 points there. Okay, this is the early mail vote. Her margin right now in the early vote is 328,000. That's not enough. Now, there's, like Chester County hasn't put in any votes, Berks County, Lehigh County. There's going to be more that move up. But she really needs that 600,000 lead from the early vote to have a real shot at Pennsylvania. And we'll see whether or not it comes in when more of the early vote comes in, because it's quite clear right now that some of it is not yet in, and she should be able to add to that margin. But we won't have Election Day ballots in for a little bit, and I will start to make a better judgment about Pennsylvania when I see Election Day returns from a wide variety of counties.
I certainly appreciate the patience there and, pumping the brakes on making any impressions that might be, people getting out over their skis a little bit. I do have a bit of breaking news here. Decision Desk HQ just called Kamala Harris as the victor in Virginia. Not particularly unexpected. I think the margins there are going to be the key to what we're seeing throughout the rest of the country. I know I saw some people saying that Loudoun County, some other places where Democrats traditionally do very well, had shifted a bit to the right. I'm sure this is not a surprise to hear that she's won Virginia. What do you make of some of the results maybe that you've seen so far out of Virginia?
Yeah, well, the thing there is going to be the margin. The race that I'm looking at there is Virginia 7. It's a House race featuring Eugene Vindman, running in a district that Biden won by 6.7 points. And the fact is that Vindman's probably not going to win by that margin. He may still win, But as we speak, he's ahead by 1.9% with 71% of the vote in. And the areas that are out are areas that disproportionately favor, favor the Republican. So you look at that and you say, to carry a seat that Biden won by 7 points, that Abigail Spanberger won by about the same margin against a serious challenge 2 years ago, this is not good for the Democrats. And I haven't had a chance to look at Harris numbers there, but I can't imagine that there's going to be a lot of ticket splitting of people who are going to vote for Harris and then vote for Derek Anderson, the conservative Republican who's running against Vindman. So that suggests to me that Harris is running well behind there. This is a seat. It's got a lot of Latinos. It's got a lot of blacks. It's got a lot of rural people. It's got the Trump coalition there. And if Trump's showing among Latinos is as good as the exit poll suggests, if the lower turnout and the slightly better margins for Trump among black voters is true, it would show up here. And right now, the Virginia 7 results suggest, yeah, these are real things that are happening. And this is one of the reasons why Kamala Harris's surge with women is not carrying her to victory, is that she's not winning the margin she needs to in those other key constituencies.
I guess, kind of opposite parallel here playing out is that Ohio was just called for Donald Trump, but is a place that I've seen some Republican strategists kind of raising their eyebrows at because he was not performing quite as well there as they thought he would be, which I'm not sure what to make of quite yet until we see, some larger batches of returns come in. I don't know if any of that has come across your radar yet, but feels a little bit to me like maybe a kind of, again, a parallel opposite, for lack of a better expression, situation as what we're seeing in Virginia.
Yeah. With respect to Ohio, I think what we're seeing is, first of all, that there is going to. Sorry, I'm in a University of Houston, and that's a bell that's in the background. He is ahead by 6.3 points right now in Ohio. He has been gaining as the night goes on. The needle that Nate Cohn has him up by 8.7. That's about what he won by last time. I think what Republican strategists were misunderstanding is the early vote in Ohio is not the same as the early vote elsewhere. You didn't have the sort of Republican surge there. The election day vote in Ohio is coming in. And I don't think in the end you're going to have very much to work out with Ohio.
All right, Henry Olsen, I know you've got an event to get back to. I appreciate you dropping in with us for a few minutes and always appreciate the granular analysis. Thank you so much for joining us. You have anything you want to promote or call out while you're here with us today?
Bernie Moreno is now ahead of Sherrod Brown, and if the Trump margin increases the way it's projected, Bernie Moreno will defeat Sherrod Brown. I'm not calling it, but that's where the numbers are looking at.
I appreciate the update. Thank you so much. Henry Olsen, appreciate you being here with us tonight, and we'll let you get back to your event now.
Thank you so much.
All right, coming up in just a few minutes, we're going to have Jackie Colmes and Dan McClaflin joining us on the show. If you guys are hanging out here in the live stream, we've got a few minutes. If you have any questions or thoughts, anything you want to hear us cover on the live stream while we're here and with our next guest, please don't be shy. We're always looking to address some of your curiosities, some of the things that you are worried about, concerned about, looking for answers on. Again, as I said at the top of the hour, right before we brought Henry in, I think, I think the state of the race is that you'd maybe slightly rather be Donald Trump, but we are headed for what maybe was the most likely scenario all along, which is a really close race that comes down to the blue wall, states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. So it's going to be a really long night, I expect, though it sounds like if you're a believer in some of the Henry Olsen analysis, that we'll have a call in Georgia relatively soon for Donald Trump, and North Carolina seems to be slipping out of the hands of Kamala Harris. All right, coming up, we've got Dan McClaflin and Jackie Colmes. Dan McClaflin from National Review, Jackie Colmes from the Los Angeles Times. Dan and Jackie, thank you guys so much for joining us and welcome to the show.
Glad to be here.
Thanks for having me.
All right. So I'd like to just start with you, Dan. I'd be curious to just get a quick vibe check, and I'm going to give you a chance as well. Jackie, Dan, tell me a little bit about what you're feeling, what you're sensing, what your sources are telling you. Where's the race right now as we sit here at 9:05 p.m. Eastern time?
Yeah, well, this is always a happy time of the evening for Republicans because Florida is mostly in way before everything else, and that's always seems to be these days where the good news comes from. I think there's guarded optimism right now, but nobody knows where the blue wall is going to go. And so, I think Trump, obviously Trump's path forward gets a lot narrower if he loses one of the Sun Belt states like Georgia or North Carolina. So I think there's a little sigh of relief that those are looking up at the moment. And I think the big one that I've been watching right now is the Ohio Senate race, and that has been going back and forth a bit, but is starting to look a little bit better now for Republicans.
Jackie, how are you feeling? Tell me a little bit about what you're seeing, what you're sensing.
Well, I think the bottom line is much like Dan said, and probably everyone else has been saying, is that it's pretty much the night we expected, given that the polls have shown a dead heat for so long. And right now there is no telling who might win. The 3 states of the blue wall that we're waiting for are, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan are still up in the air. I will say that what I'm hearing is that Harris isn't getting quite the numbers in Pennsylvania that her supporters had hoped, but they're not writing off the state, that's for sure. I think it's pretty much what we expected. We're not going to know. We likely are not going to know tonight, and we'll be lucky to know by midday tomorrow.
Given that, I think maybe now would be a great time to kind of pause and reflect a little bit on the last few weeks of the campaign. Dan, I'm going to start with you here. One of the things that I feel is going to be very critical to this race is how some of the quote unquote never Trump or maybe sometimes Trump Republicans break for him in states like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. You're a columnist who I think, at National Review has a great sense of the breadth of the opinion that exists within the party. I mean, you get every kind of establishment, traditional Republican, conservative, never Trump opinion there, all the way out to some of the more maybe, traditional Trump MAGA supporters. How do you feel about how he's done with maybe these kind of sometimes never Trump voters? Has he done enough to win them over in the final weeks of the campaign?
I think Trump hasn't done very much to try even, but it may not matter because certainly anecdotally looking around, other people I know in the writing world, as well as people in the sort of the broader, outside of political professionals world. I think there's a lot of people who really, really were very resistant to Trump in the past, more so now that have come around to him, not because of Trump, but because of Biden and Harris.
Jackie, I'm curious to kind of put a similar question to you on the Harris side. I think she's had some really big challenges filling Biden's shoes, not just to, turn out the same number and proportion of black voters that he was able to, but also to appeal to some of the white working class voters, union voters that he's been able to win over traditionally as a candidate, and especially in 2020 in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan. What do you think about how she finished up the last couple of weeks of the campaign?
I think she's had a strong finish, stronger than much of October was leading up to the end. We've never seen anything like this. A candidate thrust into the role of nominee of the party, and like within 100 days having to, build a campaign. Of course, she inherited much of Biden's. But you said stepping into Biden's shoes. It's more like I think of Biden less step is as him being a drag as opposed to stepping into his shoes and taking off running. And there's no question that was a problem. So I think Kamala Harris had an almost, and surprising to me, frankly, because I never was a huge fan of hers. I thought I recognized her talents, but until she actually assumed the role, she impressed me like a lot of people in both parties by her performance to date. And I would say she made just two mistakes, and that is weighed against. I'll say what the mistakes are, but weighed against a good campaign, a masterful convention, and just wiping the floor with him at the one debate they had. And frankly, if they'd had two more debates, as we used to have among presidential candidates, I think that would have done him in. But in any case, what her two mistakes were, I think, that she didn't pick Josh Shapiro for her vice presidential running mate, the very popular governor of Pennsylvania. I mean, who's to know? Tim Walz has been perfectly fine, but I think Shapiro would have been better, especially when Pennsylvania is your make or break state. And the second mistake she made, which is huge, was going on The View, where she had an otherwise couldn't have been a more friendly venue for her. And she's asked a question she had to have anticipated from day one, which was how are you different? How do you differentiate yourself from Biden? And she says, I can't think of in any way. And I think that was just, if she doesn't win, that will be seen as symbolic of the reason she didn't, that she didn't separate herself enough from Biden, who I think rather unfairly is seen is so unpopular. I mean, I don't think he should have run again, but there's no question he has, in my lifetime, one of the best one-term legacies of any president, other than we'll say this, George H.W. Bush. And so I think, I'm sounding very like this is like a eulogy to her candidacy. I still think she can win. But it's just that, we're early here, and I guess there's been some numbers that I just have seen that have been disappointing to those who would like to see her elected president, but they're not fatal. And as going back again to what Dan said, and I'll shut up, is that we still have to see where if she wins Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, she likely will be president.
Yeah, I mean, we are gathered here for a funeral. We just don't know who's in the box yet.
Yeah. Dan, there's a lot there from Jackie's analysis. I want to give you a chance to respond about your read on the final weeks of the Kamala Harris campaign.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that, and obviously you see the distinctions between the two, right? I memean, where Trump has had good moments down the stretch run was like the McDonald's thing, the garbage thing, where he gets to play showman, right, which is his strength. I totally agree that Harris failing to distinguish herself from Biden, that's not just a gaffe, that's a strategic decision. Now, in the moment, she probably could have phrased it less easily nutshelled by the Trump people for campaign commercials, but that was a decision. She decided not to have an answer to that question. And I think her campaign has recovered a bit once she sort of ended her press tour, which did not go well for her in general. And look, Biden, there's going to be a lot of what ifs after this, because this kind of race is going to be close enough. Both sides will think they could have won. Biden has really, shot them in the foot enough times down the stretch run that I think Democrats, they may look back at his decision to run, but I think they're going to look back and say, you know what, no matter how badly we think Harris did if she lost, I think Biden has reminded people why he had to be off the ticket.
I'm curious to hear your guys' thoughts on maybe what was the biggest story in the last 72 hours of the race, which was kind of this shock Iowa poll from Ann Seltzer that came out, which I think was received pretty divisively from people across the political spectrum. I personally wasn't even really sure what to make of it. We haven't really had enough data tonight so far to, I guess, pass definitive judgment on it, but I certainly don't think it looks like a Kamala Harris blowout this evening. And maybe we can start with you, Jackie. I'm wondering what you thought when the poll came out and what you're thinking about it now that we have the benefit of a little bit of hindsight.
Well, I was as shocked as anyone. And for those, and since I'm a columnist, I can say who do not want to see Donald Trump as president again, it provided a lot of optimism. And I've covered, in the years I covered politics at the Wall Street Journal and then the New York Times, I'm very well aware. I've met Ann Selzer. There's no, I'd be hard placed to think of anybody, any pollster in politics who's got there may be some with as good a reputation, but none better. And it's not just reputation, it's her record. Her methodology is proven. In any case, but it wasn't, even if she had Kamala Harris ahead by 3 points in Iowa, I still, even having looked at that, seen her poll, I didn't take from that Kamala Harris was going to win Iowa or any other red state that we had sort of written off. I did take from that it was sort of suggested a trend, if you will, and that the power of women, college-educated women, older women, was going to be even stronger perhaps than we had expected. And maybe it still will prove to have been so. But I think, even if she, like I say, Kamala Harris is not, I don't think I'm going out on a limb to say she's not going to win Iowa. But I still think it could be telling, I've already said the numbers for Kamala Harris don't seem to be meeting the best expectations in, say, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, or Georgia for that matter. So I think part of the reason the disappointment in the numbers coming in is because maybe they were built up too much by the Ann Selzer poll.
Dan, really quickly, I just got a note slipped to me here that Decision Desk HQ, as of 9:12 p.m., has given Donald Trump a 71% chance to win the presidency based on some of the early returns that we've seen. I know Decision Desk was the first group to call the 2020 election because I was following a lot of these trackers closely. It brings to mind a question I'd love to hear your thoughts on, which is, what happens to the Republican Party if Donald Trump wins tonight? I mean, there's two outcomes, win or lose. I think if he loses, to me, it's a lot more interesting in terms of the future. It looks pretty chaotic and there's a big leadership battle. But if he wins tonight, how do you view the future of the conservative movement and the Republican Party and the state of the party going into 2025?
Well, I think after 2020, we should be very careful about saying there's only two outcomes, either win or lose. Trump was actually remarkably successful in convincing a lot of the voting base of the party after 2020 that he hadn't really lost. And so he didn't suffer any of the sort of consequences and recriminations that go with losing. And so that has put off a fight. And I think that fight's going to go on after this election, whether he wins or loses. But certainly, if Trump wins, then the immediate scramble is to see who's going to staff his administration. Obviously a lot depends on whether you have 51 or 55 or 56 Republican senators. I think, there's been kind of a black box here, right? Trump hasn't been real clear really about who's going to staff his administration, how they're really going to approach a lot of things beyond the very big picture, stuff that he's talking about with tariffs and immigration. But, there's a lot of fiscal showdowns coming up. There's a lot coming up. Obviously if he loses, there's a whole different set of recriminations there. And people will be looking to something, looking again to Florida, to why is it that Republicans keep winning there if they can't win elsewhere. There's a fight brewing, win or lose and don't admit defeat. So,
yeah. If I were a Republican, I would, the Republicans who have come out against Trump have said putting country over party. I think he could have been for Kamala Harris and be putting party up front, because Donald Trump there's no question, he's a chaos agent. It's going to be even more chaotic than his first term, assuming he has a second term, because he, as has been noted by many people, so I won't belabor it, the guardrails are much less, especially in the form of the people he will have around him. And the fact that in his head, he knows that the Supreme Court has essentially given him immunity from prosecution. So, Katie bar the door. But on top of that, in the midterm election in 2026, for a century nearly, the party in power, the party that holds the White House, with two exceptions, has lost in the midterm elections. And I think that will be true for his party in Congress and in, state legislatures for that matter in 2026 if he is president. Whereas if Kamala Harris were president, the Republican Party could look forward to big wins in 2026 in Congress and in the state legislatures. And, obviously I think the being president, the top advantage for the party is he will continue to, or once again, he will resume putting people on the federal courts, including the Supreme Court, because I would expect that Justices Clarence Thomas and Sam Alito would step down and allow him to pick like-minded legal in their, who are in their like late 30s, early 40s, and will be there for decades more.
All right, Dan McClaflin and Jackie Colmes, thank you guys so much for joining us. Hope to do it again soon. And for our sakes, I hope we can get some sleep tonight. You guys be sure to give yourselves some rest at some point. And thank you guys so much for coming on the show. I appreciate it.
As Joe Biden says, you rest when you're dead.
Yeah. All right. Listen, we sit here a lot and we talk about, polling groups, experts, data experts, Democratic and Republican strategists. Well, next on the show, coming up right now, we have Evan Roth-Smith, the lead pollster at Blueprint, which is a Democratic strategy group. Evan has come on the show before. I'm thrilled to have him back. He's one of the best in the game. Evan Roth-Smith, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you being here.
Yeah, happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
All right, so I'll be candid with you. I think the mood I'm getting is not great from the Democratic side so far tonight. Tell me a little bit about top level, what you're seeing, what you're thinking, how you're feeling.
Well, so I think there were a lot of Democrats who, over the last week, sort of spun themselves into this idea that because Harris was closing the campaign strong and because we had some positive indicators from places like, potentially Iowa and the Seltzer poll, just bucked up a lot of Democrats. And if you went looking for really early signs that Kamala Harris has got this locked up, you're not getting them, right? And a lot of Democrats talk themselves into a place. And I don't just mean voters; I mean practitioners, people within the professional Democratic world, definitely let themselves get spun up into some sort of world where we were going to win Ohio and win Texas and win. But clearly that's just not what's happening, and it was unlikely that was ever going to happen. But I think anyone who's been working on this race all cycle in a serious way, always figured that we were headed for basically a 50-50 election, real nail-biter. Maybe if we did everything right, we could squeeze an edge out that would be visible in data in the polls. Right now I look at the map. Of course, there is no signal that Harris has run away with it or anything like that, or is going to do anything other than have to win a squeaker. But we're not losing anywhere we didn't expect to lose. Things like this blowout in Florida don't really matter, frankly. I mean, they matter if you're a Florida Democrat, and they matter if you maybe had some hopes of picking up a Senate seat there or something like that. But there's nothing yet that I look at and go, oh no, my theory of the case is shot to pieces, right? I look at it and see the close election I expect it to be in at this point.
We're starting to get some results from Michigan and Pennsylvania, which are obviously going to be key to where this race goes. As you mentioned, I mean, the blue wall is up and it is Harris's path to victory. Let's start with Michigan. Tell me a little bit about what you're seeing there and how you're feeling so far.
Yeah, I mean, pretty early results in Michigan. I like seeing Harris's name on top. We want to go in with an advantage, that's for sure. Some county shifts that I'm not loving right now in terms of where things are in the Detroit suburbs. Washington, Oakland, places like that. We are seeing, and this goes for Michigan. It goes also for what we've seen. We've got a lot of Georgia in, or a decent amount of Georgia in. Democrats can do pretty well or build in pretty good ways on the Biden lead in some counties. But if Donald Trump goes and runs up the score in some of these rural counties, that's what we're seeing in Georgia right now, right? Some of these rural counties that report relatively low numbers of votes, but Donald Trump is just, he bounded further in 2020 in these counties. He seems to be moving even further into a position of strength in 2024. So if he does that, then you can't just build a little bit in these big counties. You have to really blow it out. It does seem maybe that's where the night is headed, is a battle between, who's in these states that were also, by the way, very, very close in 2020. Whose bounce gets it done, right? Donald Trump's rural improvements or Harris's suburban improvements. We will also, as we know, some of these cities, a lot of these big cities, like Wayne County, where Detroit is, are going, and of course, famously, the Atlanta counties take ages, including the collar counties to report. We're going to see. I mean, she could blow the doors off in Detroit, and we just wouldn't see it yet.
Yeah, I'm curious about that. I mean, one of the things that happened in 2020 was the kind of red mirage where we had mail-in ballots counted that came in a little bit later than the election day results. What do you expect the differences to be this year? Because obviously a lot of Republicans have been voting early. That's been one of the storylines. I think fewer Democrats are voting by mail, voting early. How do you think the night is going to change? And what are you expecting in terms of this kind of mirage effect that we often talk about?
I don't know. I don't truly know what sort of mirage. I know that we are in some sort of mirage. We know the early data, the early vote data, the mail-in vote data will differ in some way from the day of count. It's hard to know what kind of mirage we're in, right? The red mirage or the blue mirage or whichever version of the mirage you've experienced before. The one thing we can promise is that's not what we're experiencing now. The Republican Party has pulled a complete 180 in terms of early vote and mail-in vote, right? From strongly advising their voters against it to now encouraging it. Does that mean that Republicans now make up a bulk of the early vote, right? Prior to the pandemic, the early vote skewed white. It skewed, or I should say, the mail-in vote skewed white. It skewed higher income. It skewed college educated. And a lot of those things would suggest that it might skew Republican, but there's because so few people voted by mail prior to the pandemic, and then during the pandemic itself, most of the people voting by mail were Democrats. We don't really have a great expectation of what we would see here tonight. We don't really necessarily know. All we know is that in a lot of these states there is another shoe to fall. You also, by the way, you might have plenty of Democrats who voted by mail or early in 2020 for reasons connected to the pandemic, who simply were doing it for practical reasons, right? And now that we're not in a pandemic, they're just going to show up on election day. There's also, one element of that is if you are really, really excited to vote for the first woman president, as many Democrats are, particularly many women who plan to vote for the Democrat, or you want to take your daughter, you're doing that election day, right? You're not sitting down for that historic vote and then mailing it in. You're going to take your daughter to the ballot box. You might go with your friends and do that in person because it feels historic. And for those of us who remember 2008, a lot of people who were not even eligible to vote, their parents brought them on the ballot box, brought them on election day to the ballot box to vote for the first Black president, right? And if we had widespread mail voting there, they would have foregone it then too. So, but we don't know. We just truly don't know to what extent any of these phenomena are really occurring. and we won't know for a while. I mean, I always hate to be the lukewarm take guy, but the truth is, there are so many there's so many unknowns in this election, or really there were so many strange things going on in 2020 that make it very, very hard to gauge what the early vote, the mail vote, and the day of vote will be and how they will interact.
Yeah, listen, I understand it's 9:30 Eastern, and there's a lot of night ahead of us. So I appreciate the patience and being measured. I do have a bit of breaking news here. Decision Desk HQ has actually just called North Carolina for Donald Trump. Curious to get your immediate reactions to that. I think they're one of the first people to call the state. We saw earlier Josh Stein won the gubernatorial race there. Any immediate thoughts or reactions to that bit of news?
Well, I have no idea. I haven't seen the call yet, but yeah, I mean, it's a state obviously Democrats would like to win. Seems like about half the vote is in. Not sure where our counties are. Seems like, based on, I'm just taking a quick look at the data here, and what we see. Yeah, it's that situation we were talking about. And if I had to guess what's going on over at Decision Desk and why they've made that call, it's because you're seeing a situation where a lot of rural counties that have finished their counting, right? So where it's all in, are showing, something like a 5 to 10 point shift towards Trump, right? In some of these more urban counties, Franklin County, Wake County, right? They're not all the way in yet, but the shift towards Harris that they're showing is not as pronounced, right? So Donald Trump is gaining so much in these rural counties that even if Dems do better and better, if Harris does better and better in some of these urban counties, it's just not going to make up the ground. Now, they must be looking at that and going, "There's no way to make up this ground," right? I'm sure they have high confidence over there, very, very talented group of folks. We have about half the vote to come in North Carolina. I think we will probably be waiting a bit before we see a network call or an AP call there. But they've got a good model over at Decision Desk. That's one of the ways out from if the blue wall cracks, right? That's the importance of North Carolina. North Carolina was never supposed to be in play in this election. Joe Biden had sort of thrown in the towel there to considerable extent to focus on the blue wall when Harris became the candidate. It put North Carolina back on the map, and of course Donald Trump basically camped out there over the final couple of days of the election. And the reason why North Carolina became important was because if the blue wall does crack, it's one of the ways that Harris can get out of that scenario and still find a win, right? If she loses, for example, Pennsylvania, but she wins in North Carolina and Nevada, or North Carolina and who knows Iowa, right? Now that Iowa is a place that we're talking about again as a potential Democratic pickup, an unlikely one, but potential. That's what North Carolina represents, right? So it's a good pickup for Trump if he holds that, because it just means that there are very few paths to the presidency for Donald Trump, at least in terms of the modeled assumptions, the polled assumptions going into this election. There's really only one pathway to the election, and that's win in all these other places and crack the blue wall, right? Harris has a couple more pathways to a win tonight, but if he can hold North Carolina, it closes one of those pathways, or a couple of those pathways, really.
So with that, I'm curious, where are you keeping your attention the rest of the night? What are the top areas you're going to be focused on?
I mean, I'm laser focused on the upper Midwest right now. We are seeing, the Seltzer poll was an early indicator of this. Even if she, is wrong about a Harris pickup in Iowa, which despite how good she is, still remains a pretty low percentage shot, right? It does signal something going on in the upper Midwest potentially, right? Which means Wisconsin, which means Michigan as well. So I'm looking right now as we wait for more of Michigan to come in, as we wait for more of Wisconsin to come in. I'm looking at, for example, Ohio, which is seeing a kind of interesting some shifts in some of their counties. Actually, a pretty decent night for Democrats in Ohio. It's already been called, but some of the signals we're seeing from Ohio counties show reasonably decent Dem shifts, right? And we're seeing a distinct difference in that part of the country right now. By the way, some of that going on in Kansas and Nebraska as well. Again, Democrats are not going to win Kansas and Nebraska, but it suggests that something's going on in that part of the country with a certain type of voter, maybe with women, maybe with college-educated whites. We're just not sure. But in the South, seems to be less of a good night. So maybe some regional polarization, right? Trump just running up the score. Florida is in a league of its own, but Trump seems to be running up the score in the rural South in a way that that'll protect him from any losses there, right? It seems Georgia might be trending away from the night Democrats want to have too. But the upper Midwest and the Midwest writ large is looking a little different, right? That bodes well for Michigan, for Wisconsin, and by the way, for Pennsylvania. And of course, if Democrats are having a very good night in those places and Iowa comes into the mix, then that does also then open up some new pathways. So we'll see what it looks like in those states, but that's where my eyes are right now. I'm watching the upper Midwest. I'm watching to see if these gains hold in these suburban counties, in even some of these rural counties in the upper Midwest and the Great Plains states. And that's I think probably where Democrats need to have a good night now in order to hold the blue wall.
All right, a race, a photo finish coming into focus. Evan Roth-Smith, I appreciate you coming on the show and giving us some time. I hope to do it again sometime soon, and good luck with the rest of your night. I know it's going to be a long one, so wishing you the best.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we are going to take a quick break here. As you might have just heard, we got quite a bit of breaking news just in the last 10 or 15 minutes. North Carolina being called by Decision Desk HQ for Donald Trump. I think from where I'm sitting, a race coming into focus as we expected, as a lot of folks expected. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan are going to be what this election comes down to. For what it's worth, I had a North Carolina in the Kamala Harris category, so certainly have to cop to one of my predictions falling through early before 10 p.m. on election night. We're going to take a few minutes off. What's coming up after this is going to be a few minutes of me back in this chair, giving you some of the latest on what we're seeing out there with the initial results coming in. And then I have to take a little bit of a break because I'm going on Amazon Prime Video with Brian Williams, who's running an election night stream tonight. So I'm going to go do about 5 or 10 minutes with him on his show as a guest. So I'm going to switch from the host to the guest hat. We're going to try and get that up on our stream as well so you guys can tune in. Before that happens, though, we'll be back here in a few minutes after the team can circle up and get a little bit to analyze some of the latest data coming in. So if you're looking for a good time for a bathroom break, a walk, refill your drink, whatever you got to do, now's the time to do it. And we'll see you guys in a few minutes. Hey everybody, welcome back to the Tangle live stream. Appreciate you guys being here right now. Listen, we are in a very close race. I got a few minutes to sit down with some of the numbers. I'm going to give you guys some updates. Going to do about 3 or 4 minutes here right now, and then I'm going to have to run. I mentioned this before the last live stream, but we're going to take a brief break. We'll have some stuff up here because I'm going on Amazon Prime with Brian Williams as a guest. Prime Video is doing their first ever live stream of election coverage, election results, and I'm going on as a guest. So I'm taking off the host hat, putting on the guest hat. We're going to try and feed the Amazon stream into our live stream here. First time we've ever done that. So, TBD on how that goes. We're going to do our best to bring you guys both the audio and the visuals of that. So bear with us if it gets a little crazy. I've got some notes here. I'm going to talk you guys through about where I think we are right now based on some of the most reliable folks that I'm following in the industry. The blue wall looks like it's going to decide the election. All 3 states remain complete toss-ups with more results coming in by the minute. Pennsylvania State Representative Jordan Harris just walked in here to our election party. I got a few minutes to chat with him before I came back here. We're going to try and get him on the show at some point tonight if we can. What he said to me about Pennsylvania was basically what I said at the top of the show and what we've been talking about all night, which is that the turnout looks very good here. It looks very high. That's probably a good thing for Kamala Harris as the night unfolds. So very good chance this race comes down to BA, to be totally frank, and I'm going to talk a little bit about why. I want to give you a quick bullet point here. That's maybe the craziest thing that I've seen so far tonight, which is that the popular vote right now looks like it's a legitimate toss-up. Trump is getting 38% of the vote in Queens, in New York, 27% in the Bronx. The New York Times has brought their needle back. They said before the night they were unsure if they were going to have it or not, but right now Harris is just plus 0.2 in the New York Times needle for the popular vote. I know that there were some betting markets that Trump might win the popular vote. Most of the really respectable pollsters that I follow and a lot of the folks in the industry who, game this stuff out were not expecting this. I would say this is pretty shocking start to the night on the popular vote side of things. Though we did mention in Tangle, I'll say this, about 2 weeks ago, that there was a scenario here where, the Electoral College became favorable for Kamala Harris, a world in which she lost the popular vote, but actually won the election, which now looks very much in play. As hard as that is to believe, it's there. The decent news for Harris, maybe the good news for Harris right now, is that Decision Desk HQ has her at 57% to win in Michigan, which she is absolutely going to need if she's going to hold the blue wall. So that's really, really important. Decision Desk HQ projection for North Carolina is generating quite a bit of controversy. Many pollsters are suggesting that it's too early to call based on the outstanding vote. That's surprising to me. Decision Desk HQ was the first place to call the presidential race in 2020. I know that because I actually called it after they did. They were a very reliable source of updates throughout the night. I'm a little skeptical that it was too early to call. I think that they've been aggressive in making their calls, but they're also a group that has a ton of analytics and a ton of data at hand, and I really doubt that they would risk their reputation. But I think it has to be said that many pollsters suggested that it was too early to call based on the outstanding vote. It's still looking very likely that Trump's going to win there, even if the call came in a little early. Dan Osborne running ahead of Kamala Harris in rurals, but struggling in urban areas of Nebraska. This is going to be a really important race for the Senate and the Senate majority and the margin of that Senate majority. So we're keeping our eye on that. As many of you know, we covered this in Tangle. Osborne was polling much better than a lot of people expected him to. He's a Democrat in a red state like Nebraska, and he's been doing pretty well. So we'll see how the race turns out. I think Deb Fischer's still in a pretty strong position, but it is what the polls said it was going to be, which was a pretty tight race. Some other news here unrelated to the results. We've had some bomb threats at polling places across the country, Georgia and Arizona specifically. There's rumors, some reporting, I'm not sure exactly how to describe it, that those threats were being tied to Russia. This might be a bigger story as the night goes on because places like Georgia have now extended the vote in certain counties where these bomb threats happen. So people are actually going to be able to keep voting into the night until maybe 10 o'clock. Since the bomb threats obviously cleared out a lot of these polling places. It's something to keep an eye on. The FBI said the threats appeared to originate from Russian email domains. Extended voting hours have been authorized to offset the time lost. So we're going to be following that closely. I don't know if that's going to impact any of the results we're seeing in Georgia, though it's worth saying that 3 of the 5 bomb threats in Fulton County were targeted at precincts in Union City and South Fulton, which are 2 predominantly black communities that are southwest of Atlanta. There were 32 bomb threats in Fulton County alone. It's a very big story and certainly something that, might impact this race. Finally, we have to say the Ann Seltzer poll so far is looking like a massive miss. We said this in our newsletter right before the election. I said it. I would not bet against Ann Seltzer, but regularly we have these outliers. Sean Tren from Real Clear Politics said, roughly 1 in 20 polls are just outlier polls. And it's very possible that she just got an outlier poll at an incredible time in this race. But Trump is currently projected to win Iowa by 8 to 10 points. So that's where we are in the race. It is tight. It is competitive. It is coming down to the blue wall, which is basically what we expected. My prediction of Kamala Harris winning North Carolina and Pennsylvania and losing the election is now off the table, given that Donald Trump has won North Carolina. But a lot of the rest of my map looks pretty much in play at this point, given that, the entire race is coming down to what's going to happen in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. So we'll see how that goes. As I mentioned, I need to take a break here because I am going to shift into guest mode to go join Brian Williams on the Prime Video stream that's being broadcast all across the country. We're going to try and feed that stream into here. So we're going to put up a little placard and we're going to take a brief break, and then we'll be back right around 10:30 with Josh Hammer, a conservative pundit who has his own podcast, who was a guest at the live event in New York City we did for Tangle. So I'm going to take a quick break. If you need a break, now's a good time to do it. If you don't see the Amazon feed come in here around 10:20, 10:15, I would say take a quick break from the Tangle feed. If you feel compelled, you can hop over to Amazon Prime and watch me as a guest on that show briefly, and we'll be back here right after that's done, right around 10:30, but we're very much hoping to get you that feed. So we'll see you guys in a little bit. Lots of results still coming in, and we'll be back shortly. Welcome back to our election night 2024 coverage. We've got a little bit of news here just as we shifted into this segment. We found out that Decision Desk HQ has called Georgia for Donald Trump. So as we've been sort of seeing this race come into focus, we're getting what many people maybe expected, the sort of aggregate prediction here, which is that it's going to come down to Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. I think right now, if you are watching this, trying to get a read on where things are, my personal perspective is that you'd much rather be the Trump campaign than the Kamala Harris campaign at this very moment. Again, it's 10:36. It's still early. There's a lot of votes to still come in, not just across the blue wall states, but even through some places like Nevada or Arizona. But right now, the path for Trump looks a little bit smoother than the path for Harris. To talk about what we know so far, I'm delighted to bring on to the show Josh Hammer. Josh, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you being here.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
So let's just start with what you're seeing. What's top of mind for you? Where do you think we are right now?
Everything is going basically the way that I thought it would. I mean, the $1 million question going into this was whether or not we were looking at a 2016 or 2020 style polling miss, or whether we were looking at something more closely analogous to a 2022 polling quasi-miss. 2022 was actually much more close to getting it accurate there. One of the things that I argued and have argued on my platforms for months now is that we actually are looking at a 2016-2020 style miss, for the very simple reason that there are structural, methodological reasons that pollsters simply have not been able to capture the full breadth and depth of the Trump effect. There are many low-propensity Trump voters out there who will not get off their couch to go vote for a generic Republican in, let's say, a 2022 midterm, but are enthusiastic about getting up and voting for Donald Trump because he is not just a political figure, but in many ways is a cultural icon. Love him or hate him, you cannot really deny that he is exactly that the man is an American icon. He just obviously is that. So, with all that in mind, looking at what we've seen thus far, I think we basically are looking thus far at maybe not quite as catastrophic a polling error as 2016 or 2020, but we're increasingly trending towards that direction there. I mean, it is looking like the polling aggregates in a lot of these swing states are looking pretty off. Just to give you one example, here in Florida, where I live, the polls all show that Donald Trump was ahead here in Florida for sure, but potentially as narrow as 5 to 6 points or so. So some of the polls here for our senator Rick Scott had his race as tight as like 2.5, 3 points. They're both winning Florida by double digits. So I mean that is a definite polling miss there. And Isaac, I think what you said is correct. It is going to come down to Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. We basically knew that all along. Heck, I wrote a column back in March arguing that Donald Trump should select J.D. Vance as his running mate for the very simple reason that it obviously was coming down to the Rust Belt all along, and I thought that the best guy to bring home the Rust Belt for Donald Trump was Mr. Rust Belt himself, J.D. Vance. So we kind of knew this. People who follow this sort of thing closely knew that it was likely going to come down to these 3 states in particular there. I think you clearly rather be in Donald Trump's shoes than Kamala Harris's shoes at this point. She's probably going to have to run the table in those 3 states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Clearly possible, but I think just a few minutes ago I saw the New York Times election meter, which is up to 81% the last I looked for Donald Trump right now. Clearly, based on what we're seeing, you'd rather be in his position, but anything is, of course, possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. I never know what to make of the needle. I mean, in 2020, I think after midnight, it was still pretty heavily in Trump's favor. And in 2016, we all remember how that went, the 98% or whatever it was for Hillary Clinton. But yeah, it looks like it's just going to be a toss-up kind of coin flip race across those battlegrounds. One of the things that's been really interesting to me, speaking of the polling, is that it has actually showed a pretty narrow Kamala Harris popular vote margin. And I think that part of the polling so far appears to be borne out. In fact, Trump seems like he's within reach of actually winning the popular vote, in large part due to him running up some margins in New York City and improving a lot in places like the Bronx and Staten Island, where, obviously Staten Island's more conservative, but even the Bronx and Manhattan, where you might expect Democrats to have a blowout. I know you're in Florida now, but you're from New York. I'd love to hear you talk a little bit about what you're seeing on the kind of dynamics of these places that we don't typically think of as, Trump-friendly districts.
Yeah, my friend Ryan Grodowski actually was just tweeting maybe 15, 20 minutes ago about Queens County, New York, which has seen I think a 20-point shift towards Donald Trump in Queens County specifically from 2020 until now. Queens County, unless I'm mistaken, Isaac, it is number one or number two. It's 1, 2, or 3 as far as the most linguistically diverse county in America. If memory serves, I think it's Los Angeles County, Queens County, and actually Harris County, Texas. Last I looked, again that might have changed, but that is Houston, Texas. Anyway, the point is, Queens County is one of the most diverse counties in America. And if you're seeing this 20-point shift towards Donald Trump's direction, in many ways, this really reifies and I think crystallizes what some of us have been saying for a long time, which is that you're seeing this formation of this blue-collar, working class, middle class, multi-ethnic working class coalition. That's kind of been the phrase that a lot of conservative think tankers and journalists have used for years now. We started to see it in the 2020 election when Donald Trump made serious inroads here in Florida and places like Miami-Dade County, but also in Texas and the Rio Grande Valley, the very heavily Mexican areas down there, counties like Zapata County, Texas, Starr County, Texas. Not just Hispanic voters either. We've seen young black men increasingly trending towards the Republican column at a historic rate. Not a majority, of course, but still, relatively speaking, at a fairly historic number. Gen Z millennial voters increasingly looking like they are a toss-up demographic. That was not the case 4 years ago. It was definitely not the case in 2008 when Barack Obama won his massive blowout victory over John McCain. So you kind of take all these factors together, and a place like Queens County is a very good example. I think overall, Isaac, what you're looking at, from my perspective, and I'm a conservative, but I also just try to call it like I see it. I think if all these trends hold and Donald Trump does make it to the White House, if he sweeps the Rust Belt, which I've been saying for a while is my prediction, and right now I will double down. I think that's what's going to happen. If all of that happens, I think the story by this time tomorrow is going to be the collapse of the Barack Obama 2008 coalition, this unique coalition in American history that brought together young people and Hispanics and black voters, basically this kind of multiracial coalition. I think you're watching it collapse in real time. And, massive egg on the face of a lot of liberal and progressive think tankers and so-called public intellectuals who, as recently as 20 years ago or so, not to pick on one person, but I guess I will mention one person, Roy Teixeira, to his great credit, he's actually done a major mea culpa, my bad, but he did 20 years ago, give or take, write a major book about the emerging permanent Democrat majority. The idea back then was that demographics are destiny, more immigration, the so-called quote-unquote browning of America is going to make Democrats essentially a permanent majority party. Now, again, Roy Teixeira, to his credit, has publicly said, I was wrong, but the point is that this simply has not panned out the way that I think a lot of people in Washington, D.C. thought that it would pan out 20 years ago. It's not like Donald Trump's going to win a majority of the black vote or the Hispanic vote anytime soon, but I certainly think for tonight's purposes, he is looking like he's going to win a large enough coalition in a lot of these other places so as to get him across the finish line.
Yeah, just to put some of this in perspective quickly, in New York City, I'm looking at some returns now. Kamala Harris, with more than 95% of precincts reporting, is polling at 67.8% of the vote in New York. That would be the worst performance for a Democratic presidential candidate in the 5 boroughs since 1988. And Derek Thompson, who, no friend to Donald Trump, just tweeted that across the biggest metros, not just Miami, but Chicago, New York, Dallas, Houston, Trump is improving on his 2020 margins by double digits. So, we're definitely seeing some kind of realignment here. Even if Harris holds on to Pennsylvania, I think this is going to have a major impact on the future of politics in our country. On that note, really quick, we've got about 30 seconds left with you. I'd love to hear you just a quick read. Let's assume Donald Trump wins the election. What do you think it does to the Republican Party? What are we looking at in 2025, 2026 with, Republican policy priorities, the style of the party? How does this change things?
Yeah, I think you'd be looking at the continued evolution of the Republican Party from a neoliberal, free trade, globalist party into a more populist nationalist party. That's going to have very tangible ramifications when it comes to economic policy, when it comes to trade policy, when it comes to immigration, when it comes to foreign policy. Those are really the 3 big issues that Donald Trump was kind of a class traitor and took heterodox positions on, frankly, relative to his competitors back in the 2016 primary. So if he actually does come through tonight, once again, which as of now, it looks like he will, I think you'll see Republican policy, if they control the Senate and the House, which again it looks like they will, that policy is only going to trend in a Trumpier direction as well over the next few years.
All right, Josh Hammer, I appreciate you being with us tonight. We'll see. You know, I've been saying it's going to be a long night all night, but maybe not. Who knows? I hope you're caffeinated and well rested, and we'll be in touch, man.
Sounds great. Thank you, Isaac.
All right, we're going to take a quick break because we actually have an interview coming up right here live in the studio with Pennsylvania State Representative Jordan Hicks, who just walked in to our election party here in Philadelphia. We're going to bring him in, set up a second mic, talk a little bit about what he's seeing, what he's hearing on the ground. So hang tight with us for 2 or 3 minutes. We're going to try and do a quick transition here, and we'll be right back with Pennsylvania State Rep Jordan Hicks live in the studio. All right, I am back here in the studio live with Pennsylvania State Rep Jordan Harris, who I keep calling Jordan Hicks thanks to Eagles linebacker. I've just been informed. I was like, why is the name Jordan Hicks so burned into my brain? Representative Harris, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you spending some time with us. I know it's late, and I'm sure you've got plenty of things to do. Talk to me a little bit about how you're feeling here in Philadelphia right now.
So here's the truth. I was very excited and still am excited about the turnout that I've seen here in Philadelphia. I was at some of the polling places in my district where at 7:30, they were looking at 65+% turnout. I know there's been an extreme concern about what turnout is going to be in Philadelphia. And from the numbers that I've seen thus far, lots of Philadelphians came out to the polls today to make their voice heard in this election. So, I don't know what that means for the rest of the state as of yet. But what I could tell you is that there were a lot of Philadelphians that came out and there was a lot of energy at the polls.
Yeah, I mean, I had a sense of great turnout in Philadelphia based on the reports that I was getting on the ground, what I was seeing personally. I think it looks like this race, as many of us expected, is going to come down to what happens here in Pennsylvania. What are you hearing from some folks across the state? I mean, you obviously are somebody who is well connected in the Pennsylvania political community. What would you say the vibe is about Pennsylvania specifically right now?
Oh, everybody thinks, and I've said this even before today, the road to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue is going to go right through the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So I think the fact that Philadelphians have turned out, I think looks good for the vice president. There are some red counties that we're looking at because, we have a 1-seat majority in the Pennsylvania House. So I am extremely concerned and laser beam focused on what's happening there. So we're looking at some counties that typically go red that are turning blue. But look, it is going to come down. I don't think we'll have a good read on Pennsylvania probably until Wednesday or Thursday, because you're going to have to do all of the mail-in ballots. Provisional ballots, I think, will actually play a role in this. There are lots of people who got their vote by mail ballots late and therefore came to the polls to vote today. And some of them voted provisionally. So I think you're going to have an issue where you have provisional ballots. I mean, this thing is going to be close, and it's going to be close in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, some of the early data that I was seeing coming in basically indicated some signs about a 1-2% shift toward Trump, which would put us in basically toss-up territory after 2020. I want to talk a little bit about something more in your world, which is the state level races that are happening. We get so caught up in the national elections, Senate races, presidential races. Tell me a little bit about what's happening in the Pennsylvania state legislature this year, and if we have any important results or signals from your perspective about where things are.
Yeah, so we have a 1-seat majority in the House. That gave us the opportunity to make Joanna McClinton the first woman speaker in the House of Representatives in Pennsylvania, in Pennsylvania's history. Pennsylvania being the oldest legislative body, the House being the oldest legislative body in the nation. So we were able to make Joanna our speaker because of that 1-seat majority. So far, one of our top protects was a guy named Jimmy Haddock, who's a state rep out in the northeast part of Pennsylvania. We have called his race so that he will be reelected. So that's good for us. That was one of the seats that we were concerned about. But there are about 3 or 4 other seats that are still too close to call at this point. And there are some advancement opportunities for us that are actually really close. I mean, if you're into politics, this is like the Super Bowl for for us. So this is going to be an all-night thing. This is going to be an all-day thing tomorrow for us in the state house. But we're feeling good so far with regards to what we see happening in the state legislature.
I'm curious. I mean, I guess on that note, there's a lot of people I know watching. We've got 5,000-6,000 people on this stream right now. A lot of our readers are very curious about what the next 24, 48 hours are going to look like. Any advice to people who are, trying to read the tea leaves and understand where this race is headed and how they should kind of navigate the information ecosystem?
Yeah. Don't try to navigate it. Number one. Number two, put the bottle down. Do not drink your way through these election results. That will end up poorly for everybody involved, right? So don't try to read the tea leaves. Don't drink. And honestly, I would say you could probably go to sleep tonight and wake up tomorrow. And tomorrow midday, we probably should have a better handle, better understanding on the presidential race, state house races, and it's funny. I say that knowing that I'm going to be up all night. It's just like hitting refresh all night, hitting refresh to try to see what's going on. But at some point in time, folks are going to stop counting and they're going to pick up tomorrow and count more. So I think, don't stay up all night, and literally just don't freak out. Like, this thing is going to be so close. I mean, even after the votes are counted, there's challenges, and this could be a long haul for us with regards to who the next president of the United States is going to be.
Oh man, you're sending a chill down my spine. Deep breaths for everybody. We've got a keg tapped here at the Tangle office. We might have to cut everybody off here pretty soon. All right. Well, listen, Jordan Harris, I appreciate you stepping in with us tonight. I know you're a busy guy. Thank you for being here. We'll let you get back to the party. And thank you guys for tuning in. We're going to take a quick break here. In about 10, 15 minutes, we've got Sharon McMahon coming up from the very famous Instagram account, Sharon Says. I think you guys are going to enjoy that interview. So thank you guys for tuning in. We'll see you in a few minutes. Welcome back to our election night 2024 live stream. I am thrilled to bring on our next guest. I'm not even quite sure how to describe her. She's a jack of all trades, author, podcaster, famous on Instagram, loves explaining the news to people, keeping everybody's heads on straight, and I really respect her work. I think there's a lot of alignment and what's the word I'm looking for? Synergy with some of the stuff that we try to do here at Tangle. So I'd love to welcome to the show, Sharon McMahon. Sharon, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it.
My pleasure. It's great to be with you tonight.
All right, so let's just start with a quick little state of the race. It's 11-11. Wow, look at that, 11-11. Everybody get your wish in right now. Tell me a little bit about what you're seeing, what you're feeling, where you think we are right now as the presidential election stands.
Well, I think Harris is likely feeling worried right at this moment. And I'm feeling the anxiety from a lot of people in my community who are feeling like, I don't like how this is looking. Of course, if you're a Harris supporter, you might not like how this is looking. Of course, all of the battleground states are too close to call at this point. You can't definitively say he's won Georgia or Trump has won North Carolina, but the numbers are certainly trending in those directions. And if Trump is going to take Arizona, North Carolina, and Georgia, then Harris really needs to take Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And frankly, it's not looking incredibly promising at this moment. Certainly, again, can't make any definitive prognostications, but Trump has to be feeling pretty pleased with the way the picture is shaping up right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think my kind of top level view is you'd rather be Trump than Harris, but we've got a long way to go.
That's great.
As many people expected, it's going to come down to Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Listen, one of the things that I really love and respect about your work is the way that you address a lot of the misinformation and disinformation that's out there in our country. It's something I admire because, I do a lot of work to analyze and break down some claims of election fraud, things like that. This has been a really noisy election. I mean, leading up to this race, even tonight, we had former President Donald Trump saying there was, vaguely some kind of cheating happening in Philadelphia. I'd love to hear your kind of read on where the information ecosystem is right now, what you're seeing tonight, whether you feel like people are getting accurate information, anything that stuck out to you kind of in that realm.
Mm-hmm. Well, I feel like as of this moment, we're not seeing on the internet huge quantities of disinformation flooding the, sort of conversation. But, federal law enforcement is saying that signs point to Russia being behind some of the bomb threats that have been happening in places like Pennsylvania, places like Georgia. And so those kinds of things are of course, exceptionally concerning to me and to anybody else who's paying attention. The foreign interference is something that is difficult for the average citizen to sort of get their arms around. And it's also really difficult to be able to ascertain, is the information I'm seeing online accurate? Because it's done in such a compelling and convincing way. When there's been quite a few reports of fake news sites that are being generated by foreign actors, and then using the algorithmic, advantages to push these sorts of stories to the top of the algorithm. So far tonight, I think too many people are kind of glued to their televisions. They're glued to their favorite YouTube channels. That most people, as of this moment, appear to be getting the majority of their information from reputable sources. But I do think that is going to begin to change as the sun rises tomorrow morning.
I'm curious, speaking of the future, I mean, one of the big questions for me is where each party goes from here, depending on what the result is tonight. I think you and I are both sensing right now, maybe, the New York Times ticker is a little bit in the Donald Trump column as we sit here, though it's worth saying, and I caveated this in my last interview, I mean, in 2020, Biden was an underdog past midnight. In 2016, we all remember Hillary Clinton being, 90-something% for most of the night before it flipped to Trump. So it's hard to know what all that means right now, but let's imagine a world where Donald Trump actually wins this race. What do you think Democrats do from here? Where does the Democratic Party go tomorrow with, or maybe Friday, whenever this race is eventually called, with a Donald Trump presidency? How does the party react to that and move forward in your view?
Well, I think it's too soon to say what the next presidential election will look like for the Democrats. But we do know, of course, that if Trump is reelected, this is the last time he'll be reelected. And so future messaging is going to have to very likely not focus so heavily on Donald Trump. Of course, the Democrats view Trump as a threat to democracy. They view Trump as a threat to America in many ways. And that was a really big part of their messaging was vote for me because we have to keep Donald Trump out of office. And that was certainly effective with a certain percentage of people. And whether or not Harris wins is still TBD. And so maybe it will have been effective messaging overall. But if, in fact, Trump wins re-election, I do think it's going to turn a new page for the Democrats in terms of how they are going to have to position themselves and how they're going to have to alter their messaging to cast a vision of the future that is something that people want to follow instead of a vision for the future that is based in fear of what Trump could become. And they're going to have the opportunity to do that because Trump can't run for re-election. And of course, what's even more interesting in my mind is what's going to happen with the Republican Party. I'd love to hear what are your thoughts of what's going to happen with the Republican Party?
Yeah, no, it's really interesting. I mean, I think going into tonight, if Republicans, imagining a world where Donald Trump lost, I felt like we were going to have this kind of headless party for months and a massive power struggle and a fight between, I think, the old guard and kind of this new right that has risen, which I think would be a really interesting thing to observe, because I think right now, basically our entire political world, as you said, even on the Democratic side, just revolves around Trump. Everybody seems to be reacting to him and working off of his cues, whether it's his opponents or his supporters or people in his party who are scared of him. And if they win, I mean, I'm really interested to see that outcome too, because what it's going to do, whether, the Trump right likes it or not, is it's going to give a lot of power to people like Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski and these more moderate Senate Republicans who all of a sudden are going to have the sort of Joe Manchin, Kyrsten Sinema position that we saw in the early stages of Biden's presidency, where, Trump's in the White House, maybe Republicans control the Senate, but they'll need some of those swing votes in order to get done what they really want to get done. And I frankly have no real genuine read on how that plays out. I don't know how that hits you, but that's kind of my initial reaction, I guess, to the prompt.
Yeah. I mean, I think what you're saying is true. And I'm also very curious about what will happen in the future to these sort of more traditional conservatives who, like the party of the McCains and the Romneys and the Bushes, who have a different viewpoint about how government should be run, a different viewpoint about how candidates should conduct themselves. Where do people like them go? Like the Never Trump Republicans, the Liz Cheneys of the world, for example. Where do they go? They certainly do not fit in with the Democrats in terms of policy objectives, in terms of their viewpoints on things like abortion and, government spending and all of those types of things. But they certainly don't fit in with the new sort of MAGA wing of the Republican Party. And, one of the things that I think is interesting to point out is that Trump in many ways is actually not conservative. A conservative is somebody who by nature wants to conserve what is, who does not want to enact sweeping radical reforms. And in many ways, Donald Trump is proposing very, very significant sort of radical reforms. And so that is demonstrating like a pretty strong appetite in the American public for those kinds of reforms. But nevertheless, that's not the definition of conservative, right? In fact, you have seen Kamala Harris sort of take up some of that space that has traditionally been occupied by the sort of more, traditional wing of the Republican Party. So it's going to be interesting to me to see where those sort of more actual conservatives, people who want to conserve what is, whose appetite for change is more moderated, it's going to be very interesting to see where they go. Do we end up having such a splintered party like we did with the Democrats and the Dixiecrats, like sort of in the 40s, 50s time period, or do we start with another third party altogether?
Yeah, there's an interesting kind of split into thirds, I can almost imagine, of the American electorate, with this sort of, more traditional Republican and kind of blue dog moderate Democrat in the middle, and then progressives and younger Democrats on the left, and the kind of new risen Trump right. It's a very interesting thing to think about. All right, before we get you out of here, I want to hear, at the top of the show, you mentioned many people in your community, obviously a lot of your followers are maybe concerned about where things are trending tonight. I'm curious what your message is for them, for people who might be feeling, a little bit despondent about the results or the state of the race. How are you talking to those people in your community right now?
I would say the same thing, even if Harris was up and Trump supporters were feeling very despondent, which is that hope is not a feeling that we wait to feel. That hope is a choice that have access to at any time. If your candidate is not winning, if your candidate doesn't win, if you feel like, oh no, I'm very unhappy with these results, our ancestors taught us that we must maintain hope despite our external circumstances. And it is from that fertile ground that good things can grow. If you look to the people who are forebears, the people who came before us, the people who worked for centuries for civil rights, over and over and over again, they were defeated electorally. Right? Over and over again, they were denied equal access to the ballot. And if they had just thrown up their hands and just said, F it, it's not worth it, can never happen, nothing good will ever come of it, we'd be in a very different place today. So regardless of how this turns out, whether your candidate wins or doesn't win, the good news is that you can choose to have hope despite your external circumstances. And also, the government is not the only lever of power that we have access to. We actually have a tremendous amount of ability to create change in our society amongst ourselves outside of the governmental levers of power.
I love that message. Sharon McMahon, if people want to keep up with your work or follow some of your content, where's the best place for them to do that?
You can find me on Instagram at Sharon Says So. You can also just go to my website, SharonMcMahon.com, and I have all of my things linked there.
Awesome. Sharon, thank you so much for dropping in on us. I know it's late. Hope you're caffeinated and well rested, as I've been saying to all our guests tonight, and good luck with the rest of the evening.
You too. Thanks so much for having me.
All right, guys. That is actually the conclusion of our scheduled guests for the evening. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about what's going to happen now. I'm going to take a break because I've been on this live stream now for 4.5 hours, and I really need a slice of pizza, a drink of water, maybe even a sip of beer. I'm going to check in on some of the folks who are still hanging out here at our election party here in Philadelphia. And then I'm going to come back in here at about 11:45, maybe in 20 minutes, with Ari Weitzman, Tangle's managing editor, my co-host on the Sunday podcast. We're going to sit down, chop it up a bit about some of the data that we're seeing, what's coming in. I've got a long night ahead of me. I know I'm going to be locked in until at least 1:30 a.m. because I have some radio hits later on tonight that I have to do. So we're going to be staying focused on the results, on things that are coming in. I'm going to be totally honest with you, and I know this isn't great for business, but I'll say that I do think that this is going to be a long night into tomorrow, and I'm not expecting a race being called tonight, but I think we're going to get a lot of strong signals. We have some drops coming up around that 11:40 midnight hour in places like Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. We're going to be following those really closely, and I want to give you guys the latest, most accurate, up-to-date information that I can. Also, I know you guys have been leaving some questions in the comments. We've been tracking along with them, so we're going to try and get to them as well. We'll be back here in about 20 minutes, me and Ari, and then we're just going to kind of see where the night takes us. So stick around, hang out, and we'll see you guys in 20 minutes at 11:45 p.m. Eastern.
Don't lean back. Yep.
Unmute your mic, please.
Sure. We good?
Ooh. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
You ready?
Yep. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to our election night live stream. Here with Tangle managing editor Ari Whiteson. We did it. It has been a long night. We are probably not anywhere near the finish line, really, but we do have some clarity. We're now moving into the kind of informal part of our night. We've got some reader questions and some viewer questions that we want to address here. So again, there's a chat on the YouTube channel and some of the live streams that are up right now. If you have questions that you're curious to hear us talk about, feel free to drop them in the chat. We're going to try and monitor them. We've got our team here filtering us stuff in real time. I'm going to give my quick kind of, off the cuff breakdown of where we are, and then we'll talk about some of the more granular stuff that we're seeing. First and foremost, I think it's really important to say that this election is not over. I think the vibe and the way people are talking about it right now is that Donald Trump has this in the bag. I do not think that is the case. I think, as we expected, the race is going to come down to Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. And I think the blue wall, as far as we can see, is still intact. We're going to get a lot more information about that in the next 15 to 20 minutes. I will say it looks not great for Kamala Harris based on the returns that we do have. Some of the data that we have coming in that we're hearing from people on the ground reflects an electorate that is very upset with the incumbent party. I don't really know how else to say it. It's as simple and straightforward as I can put it. It is consistent across all the battleground states. It's consistent in places that aren't battlegrounds. One number that we got was that there are 1 million Biden to Trump voters in the state of New York so far without, the election even being over yet, with some 95% of the vote in or whatever it is in New York. Already 1 million voters have gone from President Biden to Donald Trump in New York, a blue state, just in this election. So this is a shocker to some. It's not particularly shocking to me. I mean, I thought Trump was going to win the election. I think he's well positioned to win the election still right now. But Kamala Harris has hope. And that hope, I think, is right here in Philadelphia. It's here in Pennsylvania, where there was really big turnout this year. And she's doing, everything she can, I guess, on the ground in the final days of the race to turn out voters across the state. She was in Pittsburgh and then Philadelphia in the span of about an hour and a half last night. I think it's going to be a really long slog, which for me is kind of worst case scenario, because I know a lot of people are going to raise a lot of questions about the election count. But I think there is a real genuine world where we're waiting for results tomorrow, maybe even Thursday, maybe even Friday, depending on how tight things are in Pennsylvania. That's kind of what I'm seeing right now. You want to add anything to that?
That's kind of a great transition into one of the first reader questions that we have. So you've all been asking questions throughout the night. We've been trying to get a list of some of the ones that we want to answer here. And a while ago, one of our readers and listeners, Anjali Tara, hopefully I pronounced that close enough to correct, asked, are we seeing a red mirage again? So we remember back in 2020, there were a bunch of mail-in ballots from Democrats that were counted late after the in-person ballots. Ended up being, as the night went on, at first Trump was ahead, Biden eventually caught up, then pulled past. Obviously very different this year in terms of the proportions of the mail-in ballots, but we know that some of the big metropolitan areas in the swing states are yet to have their drops. So is there something like a red mirage again this year?
I think the short answer is no. And the reason it's no is that, A, a lot of Republicans voted early this year, which is a really different dynamic. And B, it's that a lot of Democrats waited until Election Day to vote. So what happened in 2020 was that we had mail-in votes that took longer to be counted, that came in as the night and the day went on. As we stretched into Wednesday, those results started to be tabulated and published. And that closed a huge gap that Republicans had opened on Election Day with votes that were counted a lot more quickly. That dynamic just doesn't exist in this race. And so we have a pretty good read on, how many of the eligible or submitted voters have actually put ballots in. And I don't see any real reason to think that this is a illusion, what we're witnessing right now. To give you a little bit of perspective here from a statistical standpoint, 11:45 p.m. So this was about 7 minutes ago. Decision Desk HQ, who I think is running one of the biggest, analytics of this election in 2020, they were the first to call the election for President Biden a few days after. They're currently giving Donald Trump an 87% chance of winning the presidency. So that's data that takes into account things like the quote unquote mirage we might be seeing. And I think it's just reflective of how favorable a lot of the early returns are for him. Again, we have a lot left on the board in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. But if you were the Kamala Harris campaign right now, basically all the signals that you're seeing are worrisome. And so I don't think this is a mirage. I would be, frankly, a little bit surprised at this point if Harris closed the gap from an electoral college perspective. And some people think that Trump might even win the popular vote based on where we are right now. And there are a lot of projections that are basically sussing that out. So no, I don't think this is a red mirage. I think we are seeing early returns come in and they're looking very favorable for Trump, basically.
So if the only path forward for Democrats right now is to come back to win in these states, it seems like, again, it's a different dynamic than the last presidential election, but there would need to be some sort of mirage. So either it's something different or the hope of a mirage is itself a mirage.
No, I think the path for Democrats is basically what we have in Pennsylvania right now is what effectively looks like a coin flip. And the path for Democrats is that when the returns start to come in from, the urban areas in Michigan and Wisconsin, they look extremely good for Harris, like far better than what expectations are from the campaign, because what's happening right now is that we're just seeing Trump run up the score in rural areas. And that's true in Georgia. It's true in North Carolina. It's true in Pennsylvania. So basically, she has to exceed some of the more promising, expectations or hopes of the campaign when we get some of these drops, which could be coming, by the way, as soon as, 5, 8, 10 minutes from right now. I think the reason we're seeing the odds play out the way they are is because that's not particularly likely. But it is the path for her to victory right now.
Let's talk about maybe one of the other paths. So one of our commenters in the live stream, Ushalinsky, asked, Harris has to sweep the blue wall to have a shot now, right?
Yeah, correct.
But maybe not. If Arizona's still in play, and then she could afford to lose Wisconsin potentially.
If Arizona is still in play, but I'm not seeing many indications that that's a favorable map for her based on the ballots that have already come in. I think everybody who is, a Democratic hopeful is basically looking at Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin right now. And by the way, for whatever it's worth, I express a lot of skepticism about the strength of the Harris campaign in Michigan. One of the things that got passed to me tonight during the stream was that in Dearborn, Michigan, which is predominantly Arab American area, the vote broke like this: Trump 45%, Jill Stein 33%, Kamala Harris 15%. They weren't bluffing, I think, is the takeaway there. The Arab Americans who threatened an uncommitted vote in this election followed through in areas like Dearborn. And again, these are, not totally complete results. We don't have this in every area with, Arab or Muslim Americans, but it's clearly an effect that was not just something people were bluffing on in polls. They followed through in the voting booth. And that's going to be really troublesome for Harris as a lot of those results come in.
So we just spent a little bit of time talking about what a potential path for Harris might look like if she were to get to the White House. But if we think about the other side, if results tend to continue the way they are, what looks like the more probable outcome ends up being the outcome. We have the once and future President Donald Trump. One of the questions that a reader asked Fleming in our chat was, what does a Trump presidency mean for Gaza?
Man, yeah, it's a really difficult question. I would say what's interesting to me, or what will be interesting to me as, somebody who's a political pundit, a journalist commenting on this stuff, analyzing it. Trump has said a lot of things on the campaign trail, and his team has made a lot of promises about the war in Ukraine ending, about Israel leaving Gaza, him bringing peace to the region, about what the economy is going to be, energy, about, the things he's not going to do, about, not restricting the right to abortion any further than the Republican Party or the Supreme Court has. I mean, he's made a lot of promises about not being affiliated with Project 2025 and not having an interest in their agenda. All of those things are going to be, live, basically. And we're going to, at Tangle especially, we'll be keeping a close eye on where that goes and how it plays out. I personally would be stunned if Donald Trump does anything to rein in Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. I don't think in his first term in office, we did not get any indication that Trump had much sympathy for the Palestinian liberation movement or many of the Muslim majority countries in the region. He signaled in basically every possible way that he was as pro-Israel as a U.S. president could be. And I would be pretty surprised if he put a ton of pressure on Netanyahu to do much of anything that he didn't want to do. The interesting dynamic there, and I'll just say this, I guess the wild card, is that Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump benefit from each other's support, and they do better when they're working together. So there is a world, a cooperative world, that I don't think exists between a Netanyahu administration or a Netanyahu coalition and a Biden administration that does exist between a Trump and Netanyahu one, where, Donald Trump comes into office and says, hey, if you pull out of Gaza, this is really good for my electoral prospects and my record here in the United States. And that's something that I can use to, shore up support, follow through on promises, and then also, in a cyclical way, give back to you as, my support for you. And I'll stick with you if you help me, scratch my back, I'll scratch your back. And that's the way of a lot of global politics in today's world. So again, I don't see a world in which Donald Trump is applying the kind of pressure that Biden and Harris have been trying to apply to Benjamin Netanyahu. And I know for a lot of Arab American voters and Palestinian Americans, it sounds insane to them that, Netanyahu, that Biden or Harris have been applying any pressure, but they have. And I don't think we'll see that. There is a chance, though, that, maybe Donald Trump's able to follow through on that promise if Netanyahu deems it politically advantageous to take that route. He's a savvy politician, which is why he's lasted so long.
So staying with a potential Trump presidency, if we go back to the domestic side, away from the foreign policy side, one of our readers who had a concern about what a Trump presidency might look like was Alicia Fontes, who asked, what will Project 2025 mean with the elimination of the Department of Education?
I am very skeptical that we'll see the elimination of the Department of Education. I don't think that is a, reality that exists in our future. I think the most likely outcome is, a purge of a lot of civil servants and Trump doing his best to install a lot of loyalists. But there are so many different things that I think you need to take into account. First of all, even Trump getting in his cabinet to execute the agenda that he wants to execute is not a slam dunk. Republicans in the Senate have already signaled that they're not just going to rubber stamp people that he brings into the White House. He's, been flirting with this idea of RFK Jr. running the HHS, and Senate Republicans have come out and said that that'll never happen. People like Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins, I just talked about with Sharon McMahon, they're going to become incredibly important. The House right now is tilted towards Democrats, so there's going to be the potential, if the race goes basically as people are calling it right now, organizations like Decision Desk are calling it, we have a Trump presidency, a slim majority in the Senate, and a Democratic House. And divided government makes things move pretty slow. And I think we'll see, a lot of the obstacles that Biden had will exist for the Trump administration too. So I do not see the Department of Education being eliminated or going anywhere. I do think that we are going to watch. I mean, my personal biggest fear about a potential Trump administration is that we're going to watch somebody who has made grievances the centerpiece of his politics. He's going to pursue the kind of quote unquote revenge that he's promised. I don't see any reason to believe that he won't. So that puts, a lot of political opponents in the crosshairs where maybe he stretches the boundaries of his executive power in order to punish people legally, or to do it, using government to punish private corporations or people like Jeff Bezos or whatever it is. I think all of those things are live issues in a Trump presidency. Something like the Department of Education being abolished is not something I view as particularly realistic.
So last forward-looking question here then, coming from Fleming. I know that we're having vote drops coming pretty soon that we can start to analyze, but Fleming again asks, where do you think the Democratic Party goes from here? You have 50 words.
Yeah, it's the $1 million question, man. Look, first of all, I talked about this in some of our last few podcasts. Democrats need a winning message for men in this country. I think the gender gap that we're seeing in this race is real and is playing out the way we expected. And a lot of young men are turning out to vote. I mean, we saw this kind of coalition of like the Joe Rogan, Elon Musk, Trump, Vance group sort of push young men to the polls and try and get them to turn out and vote for Donald Trump. And I think if this race goes the way it looks like it's going to go, it'll be because a lot of that happened. I think they're going to have to have some introspection about that. That's a big one. Two is it can't be about Donald Trump anymore. I mean, this is a guy who's going to be a one-term president in, the traditional sense. He's going to serve 4 years and be done. And so they're going to have to plan for a post-Trump world where they have a winning message that does not revolve around the threat of one person existing or being president or being a fascist dictator or whatever it is. They're going to have a winning message about what they're going to do and what they have done. I think that's going to be really hard for them. I think there's going to be a lot of wrangling about it. I think in 2020, one of the takeaways was that the progressive movement had kind of gotten out over its skis by thinking someone like, Bernie Sanders or Elizabeth Warren could win a presidential race, and Biden sort of proved them wrong, quote unquote. But now we're looking at the Biden administration running on its record and losing to Donald Trump. And I think that leaves the door open for a lot of progressives to sort of wrest back some of that kind of political power and social capital to say, do it our way and maybe we'll have a chance. I don't really know how that plays out. But, similar to if Trump lost, where I think, there's a headless Republican Party and a major power vacuum and they're all fighting for that. I think after this election is over, if Donald Trump is president, we are going to see some serious dogfights in the Democratic Party and a wide open, and I mean completely wide open race for the presidential candidate in 2024 on the Democratic side. So in 2028, excuse me. So that's going to be, something that starts tomorrow, unfortunately, in our country. But to me, it seems like there's no way to get through a Trump presidency without a lot of infighting.
So last small question, we can start looking at the results as they come in. This can maybe be a good way of transitioning into it, is from another listener / watcher, viewer, who just wanted to know, this is Travis Lopez, why are some states called instantly while others aren't?
Yeah, great question. Mostly because our system sucks and is broken. No, it's really because all the states have different laws about how and when they can process ballots. So states like Florida are actually counting early votes and mail-in votes for weeks before Election Day, and they're processing them. And so when Election Day comes, it's a lot easier for them to get a tally out. Whereas states like the one I'm in here in Pennsylvania could take days because there's just a lot of ballots for them to go through and they can't start processing or counting them until Election Day. And it varies all across the country. I think it's fine that is how it is, but it creates, the kind of weird situation we have right now. Also, just a heads up, we have a little bit of breaking news here that Will just sent me, which is that Deb Fischer has officially been called in the Senate race in Nebraska. That's the Republican candidate, Deb Fischer. She was in a really tight race, in the polls, and we talked a bit about it in our our last pre-election preview, the Senate. We have so much content. It's hard for me to remember, but that's a big one. I'm also looking at this. Where is this result? The Hamtramck. Oh, that's in Michigan. Yeah. A 45% swing, 65% swing to Donald Trump in Hamtramck, Michigan. Jill Stein picks up 8.9% of the vote. Yeah, it's an Arab American hub, and I would say again they weren't bluffing, and that vote is going to have an impact. Interestingly enough, by the way, Harris also lost a lot of points with Jews in New York. This is one of the things about being an incumbent that's really tough, is you kind of get hit from both sides. And I think the war in Gaza is a really interesting sort of window into that, where she's bleeding support with Arab American voters at the same time she's bleeding support with Jewish voters. And it does a lot to hurt her. But that's a big call there. Deb Fischer winning in Nebraska is good for that Republican majority in the Senate. And it gives them a very plausible path to 53, maybe even 54 seats in the Senate.
And they don't even need to get John Tester's seat out of Montana in order to keep the majority in the Senate.
That's pretty gone now at this point. Yeah.
Even though that's not a likelihood. I'm wondering now, just looking forward, if there's any way that we see the House, because we're seeing the expectation, the probabilities tipping to Democrats. If we see the House maybe going the other way, what if Republicans get a clean sweep? What does the path look like for that?
For Republicans to get a clean sweep and win the House?
Right.
I mean, the path for that is basically the same path that they've taken to some of these presidential races, which is running up the margins in a lot of the rural areas and then eating into the sort of Black Hispanic vote that Democrats have traditionally relied on. I'll say pretty much all the people that I'm looking at feel like the House looks pretty dicey for Republicans right now. Again, Decision Desk HQ a few minutes ago had an estimate that it was about 57%. That's close to a coin flip. So it's not something that's perfect or ironclad, but I would say that's Democrats' biggest hope right now, is holding on to the House. That's the path that they have in order to, have a limit on some of Trump's power. Again, this is a real political realignment in a lot of places that we're watching right now. Kamala Harris is apparently going to win New York by the thinnest margin in a generation. It looks like the state is basically shifting about 10 points to the right. Neighboring New Jersey looking much the same. It was D plus 16 with Biden in 2020, and now looking like it might come out Democrat plus 6. So we're seeing a massive swing to the right across the country that I think is worrisome for the Harris campaign, given where we are right now.
One of the most interesting things I heard anybody say tonight was during your conversation with Sharon McMahon, when she said, based on the definition of these terms, and I'm a big guy who listens when people say based on the definition of these terms, my ears perk up. She said, Donald Trump isn't a conservative because conservatives definitionally want to conserve. They want the status quo to be the way that it is, and Donald Trump wants to be a reformer and wants to change things, blow things up in some places. Whereas Kamala Harris, in a lot of ways, is an institutionalist Democrat who wants to keep the strength of our institutions as they are. In that regard, if we're looking at a map that shows a New Jersey that's plus 6 for Democrats, a thin margin in New York City and New York State, does that mean that we're starting to get to this weird place of having a poll reversal on what it means to be a Democrat or Republican? What does it mean to be on the left and right?
Yeah.
Up for interpretation now?
No, I mean, it's a really good question. I think I think it means both parties are going to sort of transition into this kind of big tent mindset. I mean, if you're a Republican and you're watching these results, you have to concede to yourself that Mitt Romney was not capable of doing this. You know, John McCain was not capable of doing this. Nikki Haley wasn't capable of doing this. Donald Trump did something that had a big tent feel, that invited people into his movement, that I think has been extraordinarily successful for Republicans. Even if they end up losing, by the way, even if Harris holds on to Pennsylvania, I think the shifts that we're seeing in a lot of these blue states already are enough for Republicans to reevaluate their priors, how they think about approaching these elections. And if you're Democrats, you go back to the drawing board with the understanding that you can't just rely on high Black turnout and educated women in the suburbs to win races. You have to have a bigger tent than that. You have to appeal to a wider swath of voters. I see a really interesting question in the chat that I want to address. Somebody asked, how do you think Trump's lack of need to be reelected will impact his policies and presidency? I think it's going to have a big impact, to be honest with you, because I think it's going to be about what people around Trump are telling him are popular things to do, and not necessarily what Trump has to do to keep Republicans in the Senate happy. And I'll say this, regardless of whatever you think about Donald Trump, I think one of the few things I feel quite sure about is that he seeks approval and he wants to be loved and he wants to be supported. And I think that defining character trait of his will mean that he's going to do whatever he can to win the support over of a majority of Americans. And I think unbound by, you know, the need to be reelected or the need to win over traditional Republicans who are power brokers in the party, we could see a world where maybe things play out a little bit more interestingly than a lot of people think. Just my personal perspective, I would say if there is going to be an impact of that, my read on it is that it moves him toward the middle and not toward the fringe right. It moves him toward wanting to appeal to the masses as much as he can and become some beloved figure versus, you know, he just runs right and goes further to the right without having to worry about being reelected. One major caveat there, I'll just say, the only issue that I don't think that's true on is immigration, which I think is one of his core issues, where I do think we are going to see a far right presidency if he's reelected.
And there's a little bit of a question behind the question there, which is not even to open up a big can of worms about it, but maybe on a scale from 1 to 5, where 1 is not likely at all and 5 is very, very likely. How likely do you think it is that Donald Trump does not try to come back for another term if he is president and is elected president this year? So 1, not at all likely. 5, yeah, he'll step down.
Repeat that question? How likely is he
to just actually not seek a third term to try to make a constitutional amendment or hang on to power in some way?
I think he's extremely unlikely to do that.
Yeah,
I don't fear that. I think he'll be 80, whatever, 5, 6, and exhausted. I'm not even sure he wants to win this year. I mean, I think
people were saying that 8 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, and I think it was true 8 years ago. You know, I really do think it was true. So, no, I'm not worried about that. I mean, I think he's nostalgic for that 2016 run and for bucking the kind of status quo, but that is not something that particularly concerns me. All right, I'm taking a look at the time here and some of the returns. And I think what we're going to do now is take a little bit of a break. We've got a lot of data coming in the last 15 minutes and the next 15 minutes. I think we'll hop back on here at least one more time tonight. So you guys can hang on for a little bit if you're still out there and you're planning to stay up. Thank you to the 5,000 or 6,000 of you who I see are still tuned in with us and have been all night. We'll be sure to get a time up on the screen as soon as we know when we're going to come back. And we'll have some updates on the latest data that we're seeing coming in. But for now, we're going to take a quick break and we'll circle back up with you guys in a few minutes. Hey, everybody. Oh, look at this.
Oh, there's two of me.
Two of Ari.
About
Welcome
time.
back. Welcome back to our election night 2024 live stream. You want to get in here? You
I'm
want
trying,
to get a
yeah.
little cozy?
Smush.
All right. We have a little bit more information than we did about 30 minutes ago when we last ended our live stream, but I think the picture remains largely the same. We're waiting basically on one of Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin. If Kamala Harris loses any of those, the race is effectively over. I would say her margins that we have in Pennsylvania are not looking good for her. So there's a real chance right now, a potential for a Trump electoral blowout, I think is basically the most straightforward way to say it. There are some people who are reasonably predicting a Michigan and Wisconsin victory for Trump. And if that happens, I think Pennsylvania will go with it. So with that, we thought maybe a fun thing to do and an interesting thing to do to end the night tonight would be to just take a look at some of the predictions that we put out and talk a little bit about where things stand as we, climb into the 1 o'clock hour on the evening. I don't know the most efficient way to do this, but I think we should probably start with the presidential race. We've been talking a lot about it tonight, and I'd love to talk a little bit about some of the down ballot races as well. But right now, the map that I had going into the final days of the race about 2 weeks ago was a 277 to 261 electoral college victory for Republicans, with Republicans winning Wisconsin and Michigan and also Arizona and Nevada, but
and
losing Pennsylvania and North Carolina. Yeah, also winning Georgia. So as things are shaping up right now, I think, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan still kind of up for grabs. I think things in Pennsylvania are not looking good for Harris. I think Wisconsin and Michigan, the numbers are a little bit murkier. Trump won North Carolina, so that was a miss. And aside from that, looks rather steady. I mean, I don't know too many people who had Trump winning Wisconsin and Michigan, and I think that's pretty in play right now. So from just the pure prediction standpoint, that might end up looking a little bit prescient, but I don't know. How are you feeling about where we're at here?
Well, I'm going to answer a different question than the one you asked. I'm going to answer the question of how are we feeling about this prediction and how it's going to fare. So I think, interestingly, I think you got it closer than, assuming that everything holds, than most people. I think people are either going, Trump's going to run the table, or Harris is going to run the table, or it's going to be 270 to 268, like half of the idiots on this call thought it would end up. But yeah, it was a good call to think like this wall is going to fracture. It's going to fracture hard, and the only place where you got that wrong was by saying that Pennsylvania is going to stay blue and North Carolina will too. The only, if I'm thinking about this in terms of where can I say I was right and you were wrong, it's that North Carolina is still more like Georgia than it is like Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think I was definitely drinking a little bit of the Kool-Aid that Democrats were handing out about North Carolina, though it might end up being closer. I mean, well, we'll see. It may end up being closer than Georgia or some of these other swing states when it's all said and done. That's going to be the, 1 week out post-mortem on this election. We should spend some time talking about some things that are not the presidential race. Republicans are looking well positioned to have at least a 3-seat majority in the Senate. I predicted Republicans would win 53 Senate seats. One of the big races that we were kind of watching down the stretch that we didn't expect to be watching was the race in Nebraska, but Deb Fischer prevailed there. That race has been called. So that was an important one for them to kind of get off the board. In Ohio, Sherrod Brown very notably lost his election there. That was one that Democrats, I think, of all the kind of contested toss-up races where they maybe weren't favored, Democrats were feeling best about because of Brown's record of turning out, Republican voters who supported him. But he's now lost his race in Pennsylvania. It seems like it's basically on a knife's edge. I'm not really sure what the latest numbers are there, but the last I checked, Senator Bob Casey, the Democrat, was winning by less than a percentage point, and they were not particularly optimistic.
Yeah, now it's flipped. Now McCormick is up by a percentage point, and that's with 87% of the vote in.
It's really interesting to see. I mean, I was just looking at a map of just what direction every precinct and district in the country has moved. Red arrows indicating, towards the Republican Party, blue arrows indicating towards the Democratic Party. And there's a lot of red on the map from 2020. We talked about this a little bit. I mean, this is the hard part about running as effectively an incumbent. If you're Kamala Harris, is you are defending your record in an era when there was a lot of inflation, there was the immigration crisis, and you have a lot of tough things to defend. The war in Gaza, what's happening in Ukraine, feels like there's some chaos abroad. It's a really, really hard thing to do. And we live in an era where people want change. I mean, this is why Trump lost in 2020. People want change. They tend to prefer to, it's the thermostatic voter. They tend to prefer to change the things that they're seeing in front of them. And I think we're seeing that reflected in the down ballot races now, which is pretty notable because if Donald Trump comes into office with, a 4 or 5 seat Senate majority, it's going to change the power dynamics. And it's really going to change what's possible for him and his administration. I put a lot of weight into this idea that Susan Collins, now it's almost 1 a.m. Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, we're going to have, a lot of power. And I think if there's a 3, 4, 5 seat Senate majority, they become a little bit more obsolete. So that's one of the situations we're looking at. We should probably talk about Kari Lake in Arizona. You kind of proposed the question of who's having the worst night tonight. How did you say it exactly?
That's a better way of saying it. I phrased it a little in a less friendly way. So yeah, who's having the worst night? Whose career is going to suffer the most from this night?
Yeah, I think Kari Lake is pretty much, if Republicans are smart, she's done in politics. She's, struggling in a state that she probably should not be struggling in with an R next to her name right now. Similar to Mark Robinson.
Not a name you want to be mentioned with tonight.
Yeah, not a name you want to be mentioned with. And for what it's worth, we're talking about Republicans potentially having, 53 seats in the Senate, 54 seats in the Senate, maybe 55 seats in the Senate. Seems unlikely, but possible. They could have had 56, 57 if they had run moderate candidates who were close to the middle. It's kind of wild to imagine what this could have looked like if they had taken some Kari Lakes and taken some Mark Robinsons off the board. They probably would have done a lot better. So, yeah, I don't want to say I'm shocked by the overall results or how the night's going because a lot of this is kind of what I expected. I did imagine that the margins here would be closer than they were and that we wouldn't be seeing some of the ground shifting underneath our feet, like the massive swing to the right that we're seeing in places like New York and New Jersey. And that's going to impact all the House races too. Though Democrats, as of the last estimates that I saw and projections I saw, still statistically favored to win the House. I'm just going to read really quickly a few stats about that swing. This is from Ryan Gerdusky, who writes the National Populist newsletter. In New York, the state has gone from a plus 23 Democratic state to a plus 12 Democratic state in this election so far. In New Jersey, from plus 16 for Democrats to plus 4. In Massachusetts, plus 33 to plus 26. In Rhode Island, plus 23 to plus 13. Connecticut, plus 20 to plus 8. Vermont, plus 36 to plus 32. Maryland, plus 33 to plus 22. Delaware, plus 19 to plus 14. We're talking about 6 to 20 point swings in states that are traditionally Democratic strongholds for the Republican Party and Donald Trump. That part of the night, the overall top line results aside, I think that part of the night is maybe the most stunning to me.
The interesting thing about that list is which state has the Republican governor, which is Vermont. And the other states that are moving, and it's moved the least to the right out of that group. And the state that has moved most stunningly to the right there is New Jersey. I remember before Biden dropped out, we were seeing polls, Republican internal polls that showed Republicans had New Jersey in play in the presidential election and were essentially laughed out of the room with that. +4 is not that far. And that's a seismic shift.
Yeah, so we said this about the Senate race too, that Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski might have a lot of power. And in the why I'll be wrong section, I said there are two ways this prediction goes sideways. One, Democrats actually maintain their majority or keep their Senate 50-50. That's not happening. Or two, Republicans end up with more than 53 seats in the Senate majority, in which case their power will be significantly less important. That is, I think, very much in play right now, which is something to keep an eye on for sure.
Something that I want to talk about here is we're looking back at predictions, past coverage we made, trying to see how it's going to hold up in the wake of the election results tomorrow, are some of the ballot initiatives that we talked about. So I have a sampling here for things we can go over. The one that I think is the most headline grabbing to me is Prop 36 in California, which would increase penalties for some thefts and certain drug crimes and add fentanyl to an existing list of drugs that carry felony charge for possession. That measure not only passed, it passed by 71% to 29.
Wow.
That is a statement.
Yeah, it's a statement. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that I'm finding most interesting is the way the, kind of traditional strongholds for Democrats, that's like a ballot initiative that you would expect to be competitive.
Right.
But it's not. I mean, there's like a floor falling out in these certain, it's almost like a genre of races where I feel like I'm seeing the biggest swings and the most notable shifts. And again, it's 1 a.m. on, early Wednesday morning, and there's still votes to be counted, but it seems important. I'll throw up here too. Again, we're trying to move away from the presidential race as best we can, but it's the one we're getting the most clarity on right now, is that Harris is on track to underperform Biden by 5 points in Minnesota, despite the fact she picked Tim Walz as her vice president. So, a lot of talk about home state, whether she should have picked Josh Shapiro. By the way, if she loses here in Pennsylvania and ends up winning Michigan and Wisconsin, I mean, that is all we're going to hear about is the fact that she did not pick Josh Shapiro. But there are some, some signs as we sit here tonight at 1 a.m. that there are real significant shifts to the right, not just, in the battlegrounds where so much money was spent, but all across the country, really.
And I think, I'm not going to harp on this, but I think it's still an open question what that even means, what we mean by going to the right, what defines that right now. And let's put a pin in that probably, because I think that's going to be a huge thing to discuss, and it's going to take probably multiple newsletters and multiple interviews for us to try to gain more clarity about what we're talking about when we say right and left now. Again, assuming all of this holds. But there's a couple other ballot initiatives that I think tell an interesting story, which are Colorado and Florida. Both had ballot initiatives about abortion. In Colorado, that amendment passed 61 to 39, passed pretty clearly. In Florida, that measure failed, despite the fact that 57% supported it, because in Florida there's a threshold of 60% support for that kind of measure to carry. So both of those, even though one failed and one didn't, indicate a popular swell of support for abortion continues to be there and was a motivating issue for Democrats, but not nearly by the same measure that we saw in 2022. It alone cannot be the issue to get Democrats across the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, in 2022, we ran that newsletter after the red wave did not materialize that, it's abortion stupid. Mm-hmm. And I think we're back in it's the economy stupid election. Right. I mean, the exit polls show unbelievable dissatisfaction with the economy, with inflation, with the rising prices of goods and services. And I think the outcomes of all of these races down the ballot shows a really dissatisfied electorate, and one that is, anti-incumbency. I mean, this is part of the story of why Trump lost in 2020. And I think it's going to be a big part of the story of why Harris loses in 2024, and why a lot of Democratic senators and members of the House also lose if things continue trending the way that they are. One thing that's also, I guess, worth calling out here is that tomorrow morning, I don't know, probably sometime 10, 11, 12 p.m., we're going to have a race that I think is likely to get called. I was expecting us to be sitting around for days for this. I think a lot of the indications that I'm seeing are that enough is coming in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin in the next, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hours, that we should have a pretty clear indication of where things are. And if any of those states are lost by Harris, the race is pretty much over. And that opens the door for, what this period between now and January, whatever the inauguration is, looks like, with, Joe Biden trying to pass the torch to the guy who refused to leave when he won, with Kamala Harris and her future in politics. I mean, who knows where she goes from here? I think pretty tough to come back from this, being effectively handed the nomination and not being able to bring it home for the party. I literally don't know what she does or where she goes from here as a politician. I have no idea what's going to happen in the next few weeks, which is just going to be a really interesting time period where we're in November, December, into mid-January, and we have a vice president who is just running to be elected president, whose political career will be maybe effectively over, a president in office who stepped down, who won the last election and was basically forced out by his party, now passing the torch back to the guy who tried to refuse to leave. By the way, just indulge me for a second that if Democrats were stealing elections, did they just forget to steal this one? I mean, I don't really know how that works. It's just for whatever it's worth, I think this is more proof of the security and the genuine result of the 2020 election. But I mean, what a bizarre scenario. And now Donald Trump, who was in office for 4 years, out of office for 4 years, waiting in the wings to come take the presidency back. It'll be, the perfect unprecedented finish to an unprecedented election season.
I mean, also try to legislate in that environment, especially as a Senate that's about to pass over its majority to the other party, and a House that's about to do the same. And we're just starting a new Supreme Court term.
Yeah, it seems impossible to imagine that any legislation is passed, whatever, in the next few weeks. I think most of it will be Democrats doing their best to, I don't want to say prevent, but to stymie the Republican Party from having, the success that they want to have. I'm getting a quick update here that Democrats now have a 61% chance to control the House. So that's up from, the 52 to 57% chance that they had about an hour and a half ago. So as of 12:57 a.m., that's Decision Desk HQ's prediction. This was in line with what I was predicting. What I did predict was Republicans controlling the Senate, Donald Trump winning the election, and Democrats controlling the House. So this is, a lone bright spot, I think, so far on the night for Democrats and Democratic voters who have a lot of consternation about what's going on, is that they're the trend of them taking the House is gaining rapidly, which is pretty good for them. Also, while we're here, Trump's odds now, according to the same website, Decision Desk HQ, who I trust a lot, are now up to 94% to win the presidency. So we are entering the territory where maybe we do get a call sometime tonight. Again, I wouldn't bet on that because I think there's just so many ballots to still be counted. It's going to be hard for a lot of news networks to pull the trigger before we get there, but it's possible. I mean, I think the some of the results are that decisive right now.
So we just got very close to the precipice of you saying I was right about the presidency, the Senate, and the House without having to say it. So just indulge me on a little thing. This is a thing I've wanted to talk about a little bit. I'll just take 2 minutes. I want to talk about a couple of the things that we saw in the ballot initiatives in Missouri. Just because they were wild, they spanned a lot of different areas, and they did not indicate one thing that was just clear for what an idea of a voter might look like. There were a lot of things on the ballot in Missouri, and Missourians decided to vote yes on legalizing sports betting. They decided to vote no on adding one more riverboat casino. They decided to vote for a right to abortion. They decided to vote against increasing police funding. They decided to vote against allowing ranked choice voting and to require citizenship to vote, and they voted to raise the minimum wage. So we have our socially conservative, economically progressive, pro-gambling, anti-gambling state that doesn't want to increase police funding. Just what a microcosm, I think, of America right now that we're seeing in these ballot initiatives in Missouri, that people aren't just going to show up and just pull a ticket for everything on one side or the other. Think what it means to be able to punch a ticket for the Democrats or Republicans is really different now.
Yeah.
And I think these kinds of results show me a really unclear picture of what an electorate's going to look like moving forward.
Yeah, it's a really bizarre kind of state of politics that we're living in. I mean, we have big government Republicans are trending up, and there's huge fractures on the left between progressive and establishment Democrats that I think are only going to get bigger now after this race. I mean, there's going to be a ton of infighting if Harris does lose and the Senate is heavily Republican, and maybe Democrats win the House, but maybe they don't. I think there's going to be a lot of friction in the party, and everybody's going to be trying to redefine themselves. So I have no idea what the political alignment looks like in 2028. I mean, I think if you showed people the numbers that we're looking at in 2016, they would have never believed you. And we're here just 8 years later, and New York is swinging 15 points to the right or whatever it is, not just at the top of the presidential ticket, but everywhere. So it's a really fascinating state of play. I'm going to leave you guys with this because we're now past 1:09 a.m. We have stretched this out late into the night. There's still over 5,000 people watching our stream, which I don't think we've dipped below that since about.
What are you guys doing?
Don't scold them. I appreciate you all being here. Listen, I think, I said this in the podcast and the newsletter today that regardless of where you fall on the political spectrum, I think every presidential race has a certain stakes to it that feels very existential for a lot of people, and certainly feels really existential for a lot of voters going into this race. I hope that regardless of where you are on the political spectrum, you can find a little bit of peace knowing that right now it looks like we're probably headed for more divided government, which means things are going to move slow and there's going to be a lot of friction and there will need to be a lot of compromise in order for things to happen. For those of you who are terrified about a Donald Trump presidency, I think there are real legitimate things to be worried about. And I think it's really important, us in the press hold him accountable for the things that he said he's going to do, the things he promises, what he actually does. We tell the truth without exaggerating about what he's doing, whether it's good, bad, somewhere in between. And as voters, you exercise your right to vote to limit the power of the presidency, limit the power of politicians that you may not like or agree with, whatever it is. I don't think our democracy is crumbling tonight. I don't think it's falling. I think we're seeing actually a pretty traditional move, which is basically that a bunch of Americans are upset with how things are. And they've been sold that the current administration is not the administration that's going to fix it. and they're reacting to that. And that's something we've seen over and over and over again in American history. In fact, we saw it in 2016, we saw it in 2020, and we saw it in 2008 with Barack Obama. So that's my read on where we are right now. I know for a lot of people on the right that tonight is, shaping up to be a massive victory and one that you can celebrate. And my message to you guys is to remember that there's a lot of people, your neighbors, your friends, your family who are maybe freaked out or concerned right now, and sell them on your positive vision of the country, of what this administration might be able to do, and then hold the administration accountable as well. Because clearly a lot of Democrats were not happy, and a lot of middle of the road voters were not happy with what Kamala Harris and Joe Biden did in office, or else we wouldn't be here, which is something we're going to have to talk about. I mean, it's an important part of this whole story, is that there's a lot of Democratic voters who went the other way in this election, a lot of Biden 2020 voters who went the other way in this election, or else we wouldn't be seeing the results that we're seeing. So I'm interested to parse that out. We got a lot more data to come in, many more votes to be counted. I'm going to go to bed and get some sleep pretty soon. And who knows, by the time we wake up tomorrow morning, we might be looking at a different race in some ways, whether it's in the House or the Senate or the presidential race. I think that's unlikely where we are right now, but I also know that it's possible. Ari Weitzman,
Isaac Saul,
being here. Thank you guys all on the stream for being here. Don't forget that while you're here, you can just punch subscribe on our YouTube channel. Our producer, John Law, who made all of this happen tonight, has been working hard to improve this channel and bring you guys excellent content. So huge shout out to him for all the work he's done on this and on the podcast. We would not be doing this without him. Also to Will Kback, our editor and communications lead. The reason that we brought in, 10 prominent guests and they were all here on time and we seamlessly transitioned them in the show for interviews was because Will scheduled all of that basically by himself. So thank you to them. And of course, Magdalena Bokova, who's been running our socials all night, who's been monitoring the streams, and also I think being party master out there. I mean, she's like running around meeting people, sharing drinks, having a good time, doing all the beautiful work that makes this community so special. So thank you to everybody, especially big shout out to our interns who I can see through the glass, Aiden and Russell, who are still here late night, making it happen for us. It's been really fun being here with you guys. We'll probably fire this thing up again before this is all said and done, just to say hi and see where things are at. Keep your eyes out for our newsletter. Don't forget to subscribe to that at readtangle.com. And if you really love our work, you can get a membership to either our podcast or our newsletter, which is, what funds all of this, tanglemedia.supercast.com. In order to get a podcast subscription, and readtangle.com, click the memberships button. Support this. Independent journalism is hard, and we need you guys. So with that, get some sleep. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning on the pod, on the stream.
In your inbox at noon.
In your inbox. And appreciate you guys hanging out with us tonight. Peace.